GearWebsite.com is your source for firearms-based playing cards and books. We also have mugs, shirts, and posters with designs that we've made live. Of course, we have patches. Every Friday is Free Patch Friday. We appreciate your support. Thank you for shopping at GearWebsites.com.
It's 11:59 at Radio Free America, and this is Uncle Sam with music and the truth until dawn. Right now, I got a few words for some of our brothers and sisters in the occupied zone. The chair is against the wall. The chair is against the wall. John has a long mustache. John has a long mustache. It's 12 o'clock, Americans, another day closer to victory. And for all of you out there on or behind the lines, this is your song.
All right, welcome everybody to our Daily Gun Show. Come to you live every weeknight at midnight Eastern, and we talk about guns for like an hour or so. We were supposed to have Sharyn on tonight, but something must have come up. Something suddenly came up, and she wasn't able to join us, I guess. So we're going to go ahead and talk about the topic that I threw in the description of the video as a potential topic for discussion. So we go live every weeknight at midnight Eastern, and I guess I don't need to open it this way. I'm talking and typing at the same time. And each night we have a different focus. On Mondays, it's motivation. It's behind the scenes, how to 2A. I guess I don't need to open it this way. I'm talking. Oops. So tools, techniques, the software, the social platforms, networking with others, collaborations, that kind of stuff. That is the guts of 2A, right? We need that stuff. So I put some notes in here. We have basic versus advanced 2A. That's sort of the title tonight. And how bad are the fans? Because I got a lot of fans going. It's kind of gross in here right now, so I got a lot of fans going. I'm going to talk about how to get into 2A. A couple of different ways to approach that one. Feel free to extrapolate on that however you'd like. How do you decide what to do, where to go, and who to support? So let's do those in separate. Thanks for the feedback. How to decide what to do for 2A. Feel free to leave answers to any of these. It might be a little easier if you preface the answer with a little bit of a question, because it's going to get crazy with the lag, right? So I'm just also throwing a lot of them down here. So, maybe preference your answer with which one you're answering or something if you can. I appreciate there's only 200 characters in the replies to YouTube here, but let's make do. So how do we decide where to go? So you can take that one a couple of different ways. As I was writing it, I knew that, I was realizing there was more than one way to interpret these set of questions here. And then the third one in this set is, how do you decide who to support in 2A? And of course, you could probably take that down to in what way. Then, once we get all done with that, I won't keep showering the chat with questions here, but I'm going to use these to bring up on the screen as we talk about them. We'll get into some other stuff. What is advanced 2A? What directions need focus? Or I guess what directions in Second Amendment need focus? I thought of another one the other day, and I'll try to remember what it was if we're sitting here talking about it. And then what areas need advanced? 22A. That's even more 2A than normal. So which areas need advanced 2A focus? And I threw Sharyn's link in here just because you might as well. Actually, I think that's an interview with her. All right, so thanks again for the feedback on the audio. Let's see. If you are watching this, you're not a novice 2A. That's probably a good point. I can't imagine anybody watches this. I imagine some novices walk in on this and they're like, whoa, it's like a little kid drinking coffee or eating dark chocolate. They're like, whoa, wait a minute. What's up with this? I don't get it. You'll get it when you're a little bit older. Go away. Go back to playing your video games or whatever. So how do you decide what to do for 2? Oh, I guess that's my question. So this will be the first one. Wait, is this going to be the first one? No, this will be the first one. How does one get into 2A? There's this kid named Barbecue, makes videos, and Barbecue is making a series of simple videos for people that are just getting into it and are scared to ask. So that's sort of on the basic side. How do you get into 2A? How does one get into 2A? So I was going to let Sharyn riff on this. She's probably going to say things like, well, you got to join an organization for at least $30 or more per month. It's sort of like a caliber. If you're not paying more than $40 per year for your subscription, then you're not really paying for a good subscription. So the best way to know you're doing the best for 2A is the more you subscribe to a 3-letter organization. Or maybe she wouldn't answer it that way. So how would you answer? How does one get into 2A? Let's go down and see. I don't think anybody's even answering anything. Oh, no, nobody's answering anything, at least according to this. I'll refresh over here and let's go down and see. I don't think anybody's even answering. Nope, nobody's answering anything. All right, well, nobody's obligated to get exposed to it, then like it or not. So how do you get in? Oh, so in other words, I think Kingpin's saying, how would one get into it? Like they walked into it, like they got exposed to it. Then they either, are you saying then they chose to like it or not? Like they chose to be interested in it or not? I didn't think of it that one. I guess I thought of that question as like, once someone has decided to be Second Amendment something, what do they do to get into it? You're saying, how did they come across it? So that's interesting. When you think about how does somebody come across it, are our 3-letter organizations out there the ones that do most of the work, really, a chunk of the work, at least a lot of visual work? Are they bringing new people to the fold? Are they introducing Second Amendment awareness to the mix? Or are they fostering, nurturing the rift between people? I think they nurture the rift between people. I can't think of any of the national level organizations that do anything to mend the rift or to educate and remove the differences between people or the lack of knowledge between people. None of them are doing any kind of consistent effort, except for maybe NSSF. But you know me, I don't really agree with everything NSSF does. So then this is definitely going to be weird with the lag. So this is going to be an effort in keeping up with the live. This one might not be that interesting as a podcast, but you know what? I don't get that much feedback. I do get a lot of views and listens to the podcast, but people on podcasts either don't care to go back and leave comments or they're just not accustomed to it. Maybe they don't log in. I don't know how that works. Maybe they just hork the audios off of there and they don't have to log in. So there's no way they can leave comments. Which, it's free. It's legal to do that. I don't care. It doesn't cost us nothing to put the podcast up other than time. So we'll keep doing it because we're archiving the data, but without feedback, we just assume we're leaving it on a shelf, right? There's no way to know if someone's participating with it unless you get feedback. So I guess I'm going to kind of focus this one on the live and not worry too much about it. So Woods is saying, decide, be okay with your role, meaning okay with helping out even if it's not a whole show, jump on panels, etc., write questions. So what Woods is talking about is what he does. So I think, or what his end of it, I don't know. I don't know if we're talking about this one. See, that's going to be the feedback thing. Or at least he's looking at it from YouTube-centric type of thing. Things we can do on YouTube, for sure. Well, some things to do on YouTube, for sure. Let's see. There is never one person who knows all the good places and sources, and my list of sites, channels, podcasts, and books continues to grow. It has to be manicured, I think. You're right. It's difficult to have, well, no one can know everything because things change, is I think what you're saying there. Or if you're not, you're just saying it grows because you discover stuff, then you're right. One person has only amount, they live on a timeline. So one person can typically experience one thing at a time or, a couple of things at a time maximum. And they can only do that for a finite set of time, right? Then they have to take a rest or sleep or something. So having that allocated to a group or having that facilitated by a committee, a group of people is probably the way to do that. And then having a list that just grows is interesting. That's an archiving type of list, you know, one that can be used to discover and learn. But having a list that's useful, having a list that's current, would be something separate, and it wouldn't include everything that's come and gone. And that would neither one of those is ideal. We need both, because if you don't know what's come and gone, then you're wasting your time redoing stuff that is, you know, that everybody did well, that has already proven itself to not be effective. And if you knew what had already come and you were willing to try something similar, at least you would know from the past, maybe to change your project just a little bit or something, to not be exactly what didn't work before. Or if it's something worked before, I guess we pretty much know the stuff that works before, but not always. Let's see. So then Kingpin said, get exposed to it, then like it or not, which I think we talked about. Woods is saying, start with 2A, talk to your friends and family to start. So realistically, do a lot of people do that? I know I tried occasionally over the years, but you know, then you're just that guy. Like, oh, that's the kid who always talks about that, or that's the old guy that always talks about that, or that's the lady that always talks about that. I mean, you can. There's nothing wrong with it. I think if they're going to participate in it, then right on. But if they're not going to participate on it, then they should know that you're like not fooling around, but I don't know, bugging somebody about it. Then it just becomes, I think my concern would be, does it become a danger of being like, that's his thing, you know, like it's not important, it's just his thing. And that would be my thing, because I'm used to being the kid. So I don't know, maybe that doesn't happen so much in everybody, all circumstances. John Brown is out there. Good evening. Replies on the Daily Gun Show channel. Oh, that was a good idea. So DJ is suggesting, since we broadcast this to 2 channels, put the replies to one of them or the current one or something. That would have been a good way to do it. I should have said something like that. I'll think of that. I'll try to think of that next time. And this time, I can't tell from this end which side the comments are coming up on, but Woods is saying he wrote stuff on the other channel. Yeah, right on. No, I'm checking both chats. They both come into here. So, and I don't know. I can tell if you're on Twitch because it's purple, but they're both just YouTube icons over here. I guess I could technically compare every single comment, and if it doesn't show up over here in the right, oh, you're not looking at my screen. If it doesn't show up on the chat I'm looking at over on the right there, where I would normally have a poll going, but I'm not going to do that. I can't do that. I'm not a robot. So can you check that? Yeah, I mean, I'm checking both chats, like I say. Kingpin is saying, as far as 2A and not just guns, I think you need to understand there's a difference. That's a good thing too. And I wonder, when do you know there's a difference between 2A and guns? Maybe it depends on how you get into guns or something. I suspect somebody who's like 30 years old plus and buys their first handgun understands what the Second Amendment's all about. Somebody who's 6 and wants a gun because their big sister's got one, you know, that they may know what the Second Amendment's about, but they're a little kid. So, you know what I'm saying? They don't have to know what the Second Amendment's about yet. So that's a good question. I'm wondering when you learn there's a difference. Then you said, Kingpin says, I think you need to understand there's a difference. Wonder if the need part is in there. I'm always questioning. That always makes my devil's advocate radar go up. So I know what you mean, but it's tough to make somebody care. So that makes me think, what can we do to create awareness? So now people go, oh, I can see why they think that's so fundamental. And I do too now. Now I think it's fundamental also. What the hell is this string that's over here? What is this thing on? Oh, I got a whole nother robot arm over here. I didn't even know that. What's on it? Oh, nothing. Oh, I remember now. You know what I got on this robot arm? I totally forgot about this. See if you know what this is. Who knows what this thing is? It's not a spider. Kind of looks like a little spider. What do you think this thing is? Anybody know what this thing is? Just a side topic completely, since I just figured out there's a giant spring from a robot arm in the screen. I agree with DJ. No one who is good at 2A isn't something you isn't gonna. I agree with DJ. No one who is good at 2A isn't something you're ever gonna master. Now that I don't get. You mean you're not going to be able to master knowing who's good at 2A, or being good at 2A isn't something you're going to master? I think you can master being good at 2A. John Brown says, call your representatives. Yeah, I mean, seriously, is that the building block of action? Like, everything is to encourage people to do that, right? And when people say call, I'm going to say you can call and say, here's my opinion on this thing. You know, I'm observing and this is my opinion on the thing. But you're also allowed to call them and say, when can I make an appointment to talk to them about something I think is important? Or when can I talk to her about, teaching her why this is important to so many of us? And I'm sick of you keep saying this and that and the other thing about it on TV. So when can we schedule an appointment so I can talk to her? There's that kind of call representatives too. And I think you're allowed to bring people with you. Like, it's probably something if you get 3 or 4 people together to, make it bearable and actually doable, getting to a capital or something to meet them would be probably a pain in the butt. Let's see. Woods is saying, I've expanded my 2A knowledge by 1,000, but now I know what I don't know. That's interesting. And that's a problem, a dilemma we have is whatever we are, right? Mammals with a certain amount of brain spans or something. And understanding that a lot of things get complex really quick. But I think we do a pretty good job with, like, let's say driving or, I don't know, pretty much anything, right? Like, we do a pretty good job of figuring out where we're going to draw the line. And, okay, we know enough about this. We don't have to be a master. Or maybe we feel like we are a master, even though we know there's a lot more to learn. I don't know. Firearms aren't the most dangerous thing we deal with. And we deal with gasoline and barbecues, right? And I don't know, welders and stuff like that. Like, there's all kinds of things that people deal with and nobody gets all concerned. Oh, that's really making the table wiggle. Right? Is that annoying? I guess I could turn this off. It's annoying me, so I guess I should turn it off. But yeah, that makes me wonder, why do we have to draw the line somewhere separate just because it's guns and Second Amendment? Or are we allowed to be like, yeah, I know enough of it to do my thing? Woods is saying, good answer to John, call your representatives, and not just when guns are under attack. So now I'm questioning, do you mean like when they're like to say thank you for not attacking guns this time around? Or is it like, thank you for, doing that bill to outlaw sugar or something, like, some other things? Because it's probably a good idea to have a relationship with a human being that represents you, to not just be the person who I'm the one who calls up about guns, pro or anti, I'm calling up about guns, and that's it. I think we're allowed to do that, but is that the best approach to having another interaction with another human? I mean, I'm not going to take on learning all about every other issue just so I can become potentially a better advocate. You know what I mean? I'll be that resource advocate, but I don't know if I want to be the jack of all trades and then let's make sure guns is included. Although that's probably an important thing to have. Somebody that's just the good time lobbyist who's always there helping out and doing things. I don't know if that's called a lobbyist. Good time supporter of the politicians, but then does care so much about guns that guns are always on the table. I wouldn't want to volunteer for that or make anybody want to volunteer for that. Hopefully we got somebody on our side that would want to do a job like that. Very much listen to people who know. That's interesting. I think somebody always says you got 2 ears and 2 eyes and 1 mouth. I forget who keeps saying it. Somebody keeps saying it. Talk to friends and family is something I do often. I'm good at it. that's the thing. Maybe it just depends on our families too, and how often and that kind of thing. But and it must make a difference if, it's not like I decided to get into guns one day. I mean, I just have been around guns my whole life, so my entire family has had a decision or drew their lines in the sand a million years ago. I got nothing to do with any of it. I'm just alive watching it all happen. But nobody came to me and said, "Hey, what do you think about my position?" You know what I mean? Like, I'm just there. So, and then there's no conversations. I guess, no, there's just no conversations like that. And I would have to create them. I'm not about to do that, because then you become that person who brings everything around to guns all the time. And I really don't. Most definitely, you need to curate your own information seeking and input. The manicure you up frequently, or that might run dry, may be a distraction. I mean, like, yeah, so many things, right? Distraction, and I think is that called a distraction when there's just too many. Yeah, I guess it's a distraction. Yeah, too many pieces of data to sift through. Rounds out there. Good evening. Aaron's out there. Good evening. The stale, boring, or repetitive stuff may surge again, so I revisit some things at intervals to check. That I don't know what you mean. YouTube, read articles in paper. See, this is definitely going to get weird with the lag, because now I don't know what this means. On YouTube, okay, now I get it. On YouTube, read articles in papers and magazines. So that must be replying to the how, maybe. The biggest 2A, what you're saying, the biggest 2A thing to me is simple. Don't get overwhelmed, and the sky is not falling, usually. I don't know. That's been a thing for a while, and I don't know what the new swell of people concerned about their rights and buying property and seeing the interaction between antis and gun owners for the first time as gun owners. That'd be interesting to see if they continue to go with that sky is falling constantly, or if that'll get, what's the word, like, I don't know, if it'll be left behind. Is that the way to say it? For like some new marketing or new way of getting their attention. This show is also live on here. If you aren't sub, you should be. Oh, so thanks for DJ for throwing a link. I never really think about that, but I do post this on both channels. I just assume everybody, because it says gun websites everywhere, I assume everybody knows that on some days I post it on both channels. On Fridays for sure. Wednesdays usually for the quiz. I guess I post it on both channels. Mondays I only post on the big channel for, like, because I thought Sharyn was going to be here. But normally the Monday is just over on the Daily Gun Show channel. So sorry if there is some confusion here. I'm seeing all the comments. Oh, I guess I'm not even screen sharing, but I'm looking at all the comments on StreamYard. They all funnel into one place. At least I think I'm seeing all the comments. If I'm missing some, I guess give me a heads up. I guess I don't know how I would know if I'm missing them, but like I said, they all show up as YouTube comments. They don't give me a differentiation between which channel they're from. Although when you're seeing them on the screen, you're probably seeing me pop up comments that aren't in your feed because they're coming from that other channel. So a little bit confusing, but on the other hand, I'm not going to do everything simple so that everything is easy for babies, because we don't want to be babies anymore, right? We want to be at advanced level. So I guess that's enough explaining it. Let's keep moving. So if you've always wanted, if you have always walked into a store and walked out with the gun, then moved where waiting periods and infringements are, you start getting the 2A part. Okay. So if you've always walked into a store and walked out with a gun, then moved where waiting periods and infringements are, I got you understand. So in other words, if you've just done your business and never thought about it, and then you moved into where there's horrible infringements, atrocious infringements, where they have waiting periods and permits to purchase and permits to possess, and what else do they have? Now they restricted it until you're 21 and all the others. Oh man, they just took everybody who's 18 to 21 and made them aware of 2A really hard. At least the ones that wanted a gun or care about their own rights. And the lack of, I don't know what whisk means. Scratch head thing. I don't know what's happening now. Oh, maybe when I was wiggling the lamp or the spring around. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Not a whisk. It is the thing for scratching your head. So Edge showed me that thing one time in Texas. He had one. And then I was at a dollar store and I seen this cheesy version of it. So it's just a bunch of wires, but on the end of the wires, there's like a little weird plastic dot so that it doesn't stab you. So then each of those wires is just bent a little bit. So when you jam that thing up and down on top of your head, it itches all your scalp like a bunch of, like if somebody with really long nails came up and started itching your scalp. It's pretty handy. So it's like a robot is itching your scalp. So yeah, pretty neat. And every once in a while you forget, at least for me, I forget I own it. And then I'm like, oh yeah, I own that thing. And then you wiggle it on your head and you're like, oh wow, it's amazing. I guess if you have like lice or some kind of horrible dandruff, it would be useful also. If you don't have one, I'd recommend getting one. It cost me $1. Definitely worth it. Let's see. Most people have a problem. Kingpin is saying most people have a problem knowing who are liars and circus clowns. Therefore, they miss the honest people. And that's something that we just deal with that in life, right? Like you're going to have the person who's those scenarios in school and then at your workplace, probably at some kind of club or sports team or something. If you have church or civic organizations, there's going to be those kind of people. So, we know that they're out there. But I think you're right. I think a lot of people come into something that's foundational and important to them, and they think it's important. They know it's important, I should say. They're awakening to the fact that others have always thought it's important or understood that it's important, and they're coming around to that understanding of others. And then the first person they meet says, oh yeah, here, brother, welcome. Let me open my arms and let me just get $30 from you. And then it takes you a couple of times before you figure out, oh, that's the equivalent of spam marketing. And they know that if they stand next to the entrance and pat everybody on the back who's just experiencing this for the first time, it's real easy to get $10 or $30 from them. And then if they never talk to them again, who cares? Because there's a stream of millions of people coming in. If you get $30 from millions of people at once, that's pretty good scratch if you can make it. So that's one of those things. And you can only make people aware that, hey, the 2A is the same as everywhere else, right? Like there's nothing else you can do except let people know, hey, there's nobody here it's not a perfect environment over here. There's still going to be that kind of stuff happening. And they change, right? The question is, here's a question for people that have been around the merry-go-round a couple of times. When someone is a scoundrel or a circus clown or a liar, I call them the exploiters. Do you let them change their feathers or change their coat or whatever that's called? Do you let them, they say, oh, no, I'm not like that anymore. And all these other people think I'm so cool. And you go, oh, okay, then you're good now, I guess. Or are you skeptical because are they just buttering all these people up for a big payoff? Maintaining curiosity helps in, DJ saying, maintaining curiosity helps in growing a person's idea and practice of 2A. Maintaining curiosity helps in growing a person's idea and practice of 2A. I mean, I don't disagree. I didn't have Sharyn because there's nothing to bring her out for. I mean, if there's something to bring her out, I'll bring her in here. Oh, you mean that Sharyn? No, I thought you meant screen Sharyn. No, the real Sharyn? I don't know. I got stood up. She might have something to do. I sent her a link earlier and she said cool, and maybe she's doing something, she's living her life. I haven't seen anything in the news, so I'm hoping it's something enjoyable for her and nothing horrible. But no, I have no idea. She's not here. Woods. I'll change the thumbnail and the stuff later so that it's not a bait and switch. Wood says, who I don't support, any channel that is the sky is falling most of the time. YouTube centric. The thing is, there's radio shows that are like that, and there's writers that are like that for sure. And the problem is, okay, so there's radio shows that talk to writers and writers that talk about what they said on the radio show. So I don't know where that little circle starts from, but that starts and happens, right? And then we get the YouTubers that sometimes go, hey, I'm talking to a radio station person, and here's what they said, and they're talking about what somebody said in an article. And then the article is talking about what somebody said on the radio station. So we've definitely got that. I don't know if that's an echo chamber or if that's some kind of cycle. I don't know what that's called. But we've got that like situation going. And whoa, I don't think you heard that. Did the dog hear that? Where is she? No, she's okay. So I don't know if people figure that out, or you know what I mean? Do you see that happening, or do you get twisted up in that and you figure out you're inside of the vortex or something? Would just saying I support channels that try to support their effort. I don't support shills for the new gear. That is often nonsense. I think a lot of it too is that's going to change. I think because there's a lot of subscriptions and stuff for cause I'm looking at all these newsletter things, and there's a lot of newsletters, and I don't know how some of the radio stations, I'm guessing they just have advertisers, so that's a whole different thing. But so would you call like a radio station that is, I don't know what to call that, just echoing, like not a voice but an echo? Would an echo echo, no mean to offend echo by any chance? Oh, there's Sharon. You got the link? Is it not working? Let me go. I guess I haven't checked Instagram again. I sent it over in Instagram. Sorry, I can send it in email if that's easier. So if you're going to reboot, sorry, now I see the other one, be there in 15 minutes. So everybody's got 15 minutes. You had to endure me blabbing for 30, but then everybody warmed up. Now we're going to talk about those same questions now we'll have somebody to talk to about it. I'm not going to remember everybody's specific thing, but I'll attempt to, because I just said everything. We'll talk about 1, how do you get into 2A? How does 1 get into 2A? Not necessarily an interview, how she got into 2A. Then how does 1 decide what to do for 2A? And then how do you decide where to go? Feel free to throw questions in here if you want to. And then how do you decide who to support? We may go longer than an hour. So if you're going to drink some coffee, go ahead and drink some coffee. It's no big deal. If you have to call in tomorrow, it's no big deal. Just tell them that you listened to some 2A stuff last night. It's all good. If you're listening to this in the future, the people that showed up live are the ones engineering your future for you. What you're about to hear was preordained by the people that were in here live. So right now I'm starring up a bunch of my questions because I always put my questions first. And then the people that showed up live are going to start asking all kinds of interesting questions, and then we're about to discuss them here. And they'll be focused on 2A. We'll probably solve a bunch of things. When you're listening to this in the future, 2A may be a thing of the past. Like we may have already solved it. So you're going to go, wait, what? What is this 2A they're even talking about? Because this is an issue that's been solved already. I'm way behind. So now I'm scrolling all the way back down. Minnesota issue. Already seen a Washington state. One state is fully against self-defense. And then Woods advance. Oh, so somebody had said, Gabriel, advance to a question mark. Tell me more. When it says advance to a see the patterns, then that this attack on two is just like the last time and the time before. It's not, I mean, there are those parts of it. It's not staying that way. They are bringing some new stuff. And panic buying is down in spite of 1808, though base rate is significantly higher than 10 years ago. I agree. At least I got to say that I haven't heard the uproar and the whatever. That being said, I don't listen to anybody new, I don't think. The people who are new that are around me are hanging out with Gizzard and barbecue, stuff, people like that. So I'm only hearing stuff from new people secondhand. But I would say that normally during any kind of back and forth like this, we normally start hearing a lot more talk about whatever, buying stuff and what's available and that kind of thing. Boom. Here we go.
All right. Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Okay, good. Apologies for running late. Date night with my husband.
No, good. Right on. Well, I appreciate you cutting some time out.
So I caught
ahead.
part of it. First of all, on the whole situation with Minnesota and everything, that has been pushed for quite some time. We saw it here with 1639. Where it restricted 18 to 20-year-olds. I actually spoke with one of the state senators here, and this is, of course, on the state legislature, not the federal, where I asked him, I said, like, you realize you've just prevented all women who are 18 to 20 from being able to defend themselves. He's like, I don't care. I have that recorded from that particular senator. This is not the first time that they're doing this. It won't be the last. For the individuals who are in those particular states, when they start pushing the stuff, sorry for coming in hard.
Yeah, no worries, no problem.
For the individuals who are in states where they're pushing the whole thing with 18, ask them if, when they talk about cognitive and everything else, they've been wanting to drop the vote down to 16. If they're dropping the vote down to 16, then 18-year-olds are responsible enough to own a firearm and carry and things like that. Throw it back in their faces that way. Not going to discuss the issues with the gender and everything else. That's something else completely different. The issue right now is when you have 18, 19, and 20-year-olds who are legal adults, legally obligated for contracts, legally obligated, and women now are subject to the draft. I don't believe they're having us sign in with Selective Service as of yet, but women are no longer exempt from the draft. That was a lawsuit decided by SOCUS, I want to say within the last 6 years. And if you purchase a car, you sign a contract, you're 18, you're obligated. Period. That's how it is. So if they do not want somebody to have the ability to defend themselves or defend their child, that's a whole other story. Got to ask them why and push back on why. And for the individuals who are saying that you need to call the police, myself and many others who have been doing this for a long time have cases documented going back. I mean, I've got cases going back to 1860s that have stated that the individual does not have an expectation to be protected by the state, to be protected by the local government, to be protected by the government before the 14th Amendment was ratified. Now, I did finish reading an interesting book that I recommend anyone who is interested in your civil rights and in your Bill of Rights to read. This is a book put out by a Georgetown law professor by the name of Randy Barnett, and it's called The Origin and Meaning of the Second Amendment. Powerful book This is a man who is one of the attorneys who has presented more than once to the Supreme Court. Very few lawyers have that ability to say. And I'll drop this in chat, and this will be the Goodreads list. Oops. As soon as Goodreads decides to let me copy and paste this. Let's see. G-Webs, you may have to post that over. Because I never have luck.
Trying to do it on the YouTube? Let me make you a. Oh no, you're a mod. You should be able to.
Yeah, but it doesn't. It gives me. It gives me crap. For that, and if
origin,
I sign in,
is it origin and meaning of the Second Amendment?
Yes, or origin and meaning of the 14th Amendment. Its letter and its spirit. So Randy Barnett's a very interesting individual.
Oh, the 14th Amendment.
The 14th Amendment. So you have within our country, within the constitutional law and everything else, you have the antebellum Constitution, and then you have our current Constitution. The antebellum Constitution is everything that preceded the Civil War. Everything after that is what our current Constitution is, with the major changes and things like that. This is where we've added more than how many? 18 amendments that we've had in one released during that time frame, something like that. I could be wrong on my numbers. I wouldn't be surprised at this point. Randy Barnett, they're not going to censor him. They will never censor Randy Barnett. Same reason why they will never truly censor Justice Thomas with what was going on. He just doesn't want to deal with it. And the university, I can't remember if he's at Georgetown or if he's at Washington University, or was. Sad day for those students. That they can't realize that they would learn an incredible amount of information from the justice as lawyers and things like that. So I would strongly recommend this book. He brings up something very interesting that if anybody reads it, I would love to have a discussion on it. And it's something that Randy and the other author bring up towards the end. It's primarily Randy who's been writing this. He's got a very distinct style. So very, very powerful book. And they go into the differences in the language and the speeches and everything else that was done during the approval of the 14th Amendment. Now, the 14th Amendment is what codified what we now call the Bill of Rights to the states. Not the 10th, the 14th did, stating that the states could not violate the basic human rights, the basic rights, the natural rights that the Constitution had laid out at the federal level were also applied to the state level. The state could not use the 10th Amendment as a go-around on that. So the 14th is a very, very, very powerful amendment for citizens, for residents of the U.S. And, the bunnies are getting fed. Like I said, we just got home. So this is one of the big things to read. So for somebody who wants to step up their game, there are specific books that you're going to want to read. This is one of them. It's a dry book. I'm not going to lie to you about that. It's written by a lawyer, primarily for those who have a comprehension and a knowledge of constitutional law. Reading up on constitutional law, reading up on not just what the Federalist Papers and the Anti-Federalist Papers say is key to understanding how to approach your state legislature to get specific laws overturned. Everyone talks about ERPOs and the extreme risk protection orders and the red flag laws. Those are not from the beginning of... Correct, Gabriel, you're right. Prior to the 14th, the Bill of Rights had only been, according to the courts, applied to the federal government. And that's how they said it. And that case in particular for that thing, Dred Scott. This is the reason why Dred Scott is such a powerful thing, the dissent. The other thing to know the difference between the decision, the dissent, and dicta, these are each very specific legal terms on Supreme Court decisions. Everyone talks about how you can't say fire in the theater. That was dicta, not decision nor dissent. It
Is
was
that a name of somebody, or what is it? What is
it's
dicta?
it's a let me see if I can find the definition real quick.
I mean, is that a legal term or is that a name of
Yes,
somebody?
it's a very specific legal term.
Oh, okay.
And one of the best places and one of
Like,
the
I
locations.
believe it. I think I found it on the internet. It means you don't know Ditka. No, wait, I think I found something wrong. I'm gonna keep looking. Do you know how to spell that?
Yeah, DICTA. I just dropped in the information, the link from
Oh, the
Cornell
plural of
Laws.
dictum. The
Mm-hmm.
general usage of dictum is an authoritative or dogmatic statement in some contexts, such as legal writing, church stuff.
Yes.
Dictum can have a specific meaning.
Mm-hmm. But when they are done at the time of a case, they are not specific. They're not part of the actual legal decision. They can be cited in a subsequent decision put down by SOCUS, and that makes them law then. But if they're not cited in the decision nor the dissent, or if they're cited in the dissent, that still does not make that law. And that's something people do need to be aware of. That's the reason why when you had people using the case of, I can't remember, it's not Slaughterhouse 5, but this is the one where you had the individual who was an anti-war protester. And this is the one that came up with, you can't yell fire in a theater. Let's see.
No, we're talking about some specifics to understanding some fundamental, like constitutional, like I guess legal, but like constitutional things that would apply to more than just one area of our life. So, as to be
Yes.
a Second Amendment advocate, you'd want to know why a human right is important and why
Yes.
or how and like where it applies that the federal government has any right to touch us as humans or our
Mm-hmm.
rights, so that we can be more effective talking to politicians instead of saying, I want like my property and I'd like you to leave my property alone, or I like my rights and I'd like you to leave my rights alone, so that we're more articulate in our
Mm-hmm.
reasons for leaving us alone, or is it a
This is
different reason?
part of this, because you hear a lot of individuals say that the Second Amendment protects the first protects everything else. And that's the reason why in the particular case is US versus Schneck. And US and that was, they never talked about fires or theaters or false statements. This was whether or not an individual who is writing anti-war propaganda could be convicted under the Espionage Act. So where this comes into play now is Alex Jones and the decision that just came down out of Texas saying that Alex Jones is guilty and should have his rights removed, that his free speech does not matter. I'm sorry, free speech matters, period. It matters more for somebody who does not agree with you. I don't want to silence the antis. I want them to expose themselves, to be able to counter their arguments, counter everything that they say. And yes, Gabriel, you're right. The dissent is not case law. Only the decision is case law. But you have individuals who will quote the dissent in other cases. Yeah, the Holmes court is a horrific court when it comes to the Supreme Court decisions and the violations on what our natural rights are. So this is a court people need to be aware of. This is the court that a lot of people are using and are citing as like, well, it was decided during this time frame. It was decided during this time frame. Yeah, that's fine, but it doesn't mean that it's constitutionally correct. Same reason why Dodd overturned the Roe v. Wade and Casey. Both were when Ruth Bader Ginsburg comes out and says that Roe was a bad decision. Yes, it was a crap decision. Are there antis who would be just as vocal on our side? Straightened out and educated. Yes, there is. In fact, in Washington State, there is. The woman who runs Buyer Firearms out in Forks, firearm suicide using a firearm, and she changed her position after speaking and having a conversation with members such as myself and other individuals in Washington State. An individual by the name of Brett Bass is very well known, and he is part of Forefront Suicide Prevention. And conversations that she had with him changed her mind. She actually testified against the gun control bills this last legislative session.
What was her? Who was she again?
Buyer Firearms. Buyer BEYER Firearms. Let me see if I can find them real quick.
Oh, so this wasn't so much like an anti. This was like a FUD or a gun.
No, she was an anti. She was on.
Okay.
She was on the anti side for a long time, and she ended up.
You don't have to. By the way, you don't have to address. I'm putting the stars next to some of these so that I don't interrupt you. That's kind of how I make my notes.
I know.
Just to kind of, I didn't want us to come in and be like, oh, here, start with, here's a bunch of questions, because I know you've been watching the comments, and I was going to give you a chance to kind of just go out, to explain or to reply to some of those comments, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But my goal tonight, I guess, just without having an actual agenda, is just to maybe think about, and we've alluded to this in other conversations before, but if someone was interested in being a Second Amendment advocate, what tools could we refer them to, or what suggestions could we give them without making into Q&A? I mean, people are free to to ask questions and stuff, but just, I was going to ask, like, from your experience, I know that a couple of people that I think we've talked off air about this, like a couple of people have approached this concept. Let's make a workshops, or let's make instructions for people who want to be activists, but I haven't seen that actually come through. So if someone was going to make like some kind of a project to give new Second Amendment advocates resources or instruction, what would be included in that instruction? What do you think is important?
I think the biggest thing is learning everything with your state and county and your city. The Fed can do whatever they want. Honestly, we have more power at the state and the county level, and in some states on the city level, than you do at the federal level. Your vote is worth far more. There are town halls that are done by every single state representative. And for the last 2 years, they have been, popcorn. The last 2 years, they were done online, except some states, they still had them in public. And this is where it's more of a Q&A, where the legislators will make a statement of what they're proud of and what they've gotten done. And people are able to ask questions. The questions are curated. Be aware of that. And there only so many of them are done at a time. The other thing is, what people also do need to realize, your representative at your state legislature, for whatever district that you're in, is required to see you. Required to talk to you. If you show up at your state capitol, and obviously you're polite, the best way I would say, show up in church clothes. Be respectful of what the process is. And like you're going to court, you're not going to show up in court in a ripped jeans, tank top, things like that. The judge will be pissed. And it's not that you're disrespecting them personally, you're disrespecting the position. Respect the position. Have your talking points 5 minutes or less. When you make an appointment, say that you're in the district, say that you vote, you want to speak to your legislator, you want to speak to your state senator or your state representative. You only want 5 minutes. And this is obviously during their session. When they're
So
not in,
now, 1 5 minute, or have a few 5 minute
have a
points?
few 5-minute points that where you have certain topics where you know that have things where you can bring up points in the conversation. Keep it to 5 minutes. Keep as what they talk about in marketing. Have this as an elevator sales push. Make your point, and I know, apologize because usually I will drag on some of these conversations.
No, that's what I created it for. So
Yeah.
I'm encouraging it. Yeah.
Make your point in 5 minutes or less. I used to get friends of mine used to say, do it in 28 words. Make your point. And sometimes I would tell them it's not possible. X, Y, and Z, I need 15 more words. And they're like, okay, what are the 15 more words? Know your speech, know your information, and know how to approach it. If you know your representative is very, very, very anti-gun, approach it on not on the 2A side, approach it on the human rights side, on the natural rights side. Some of them might be more willing to look into this. Situation we had here in Washington
And they
State.
may have never been. I just want to say, I don't think some of them have ever heard it from a different perspective. If they only
Correct.
get attacked head on, they're not used to a flank. They're not used to a
Correct. Ask them why they're pushing the specific legislation when police have been here. Well, the example I can give you is here in Washington, the police have been handcuffed or hogtied, hobbled, what have you, however you want to do it. The police are not able to go on active pursuit unless it is a very, very specific rule set. Even if they see a crime being committed, this is outside of the whole thing that law enforcement has no duty or obligation to protect the individual. This is at the state level here in Washington, and I believe it's also in Colorado too right now. The police will be fined, the officer will be fined on what they can do, on how they respond. Ask that legislator, find out, and I know this is going to be gruesome, you're going to have to do some diving within your local news. Find out how many women or how many people who are minorities, how many people who are part of a marginalized community have been beaten up, have been stabbed, have been bludgeoned to death. And if they happen to be in a domestic violence situation, how many of them have been told to not arm themselves, get the piece of paper that's the restraining order or the protective order, but they can't arm themselves because that'll be dangerous. One of the examples that that I've been using for a number of years, and this was right before 1639 was passed in Washington, or right after. And this was a young woman who had a 5-year-old child who was stabbed to death at the Seattle Armory. The Seattle Armory is next to the Seattle Space Needle. She stupidly broke her restraining order to meet with her ex-boyfriend, who was the father of her son, about just like supposedly she wanted to like put the final thing and end it. He followed her here to Washington State. This individual, when she got up to go to the bathroom, he realized that, so according to him, because the attacker survived and has been prosecuted, said that he thought she was going to leave him. And in that particular situation, he proceeded to grab a knife and stabbed her over 20 times. This is and for anybody who is in the Pacific Northwest, the Seattle Armory is a place during the day, especially during the weekday prior to the lockdowns, was always busy. Because this is where tourists went. This is where you had individuals going to get food and things like that. And nobody stopped him from stabbing her. Caveat: the Seattle Armory is technically a federal gun-free zone. There is a school for homeless children on the north side of that campus, on the north side of that building. Outside, they can't restrict it because you have to be able to walk from one location to another. It's a public space and everything else. It was a Washington concealed pistol license holder who stopped the guy from stabbing other people. He wanted to suicide by cop. He was going to kill other people or attack other people. No cases like that in your home district, in your home area, in the bigger cities that you live in the states that you live in. Those are the cases that can be used, and you'll be called bloodthirsty and everything else, but the antis use the victims, the schools, the children who have been shot and murdered the same way. This is where being a 2A advocate gets dirty.
Sorry to interrupt, what's the term for the unintended negative consequences? Is there a better term? Like,
sure
they say, oh, this law is going to save lives, maybe, but then they don't pay attention to what you're talking about. When they remove firearms from 18 to 21-year-olds, they delusionally think that way it's going to be out of the hands of criminals, but they don't think about the victims.
Literally, it is unintended consequences.
Okay.
That's the only thing I can think of. If anybody else can think of a better term for that, definitely do that. The other thing is that when you do unanticipated consequences, same thing. Also,
no, it was something like something factors. It had something more like a money. It was more like a clinical terminology. I remember maybe it was Jake or somebody had mentioned it in the chat, and
unforeseen consequence. Yeah, same thing. There isn't, and I know what you're talking about. I can't remember. Collateral damage.
Yeah, but that's more like this was more like the because you want this law, like you want the dam to create power, but you flooded the 6 towns to create the dam.
Mm-hmm.
And so anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt there.
No, some people use that as unintended consequences, and they also use it as justifiable, that the needs of the many outweigh the few. I had a nice little argument with some asshole.
Well, I guess somebody who has that position, it's going to be tough to change their position. But if the person just has the fantasy, like, oh, I just want to help. Oh, I didn't realize my attempt to help was also going to offend or hurt.
Sometimes, there is a cascading effect on a lot of this stuff. The butterfly effect.
They're not all against us. Some of them are just like, oh, I'm for peace. Oh, I didn't realize that what I was going to vote for here also bothered people. So no, I'm not going to do something that bothers people just because it might help somebody. You know what I mean? So I think some of them can be reasoned with. They're not all. If we assume they're all out to get us, then we're not going to have the correct messaging for those that aren't.
Right. And the thing is that not all the Democrats are anti-gun. Many have to toe the line in order to get campaign funds. That is something that we saw here in Washington. They were told that they were voting for the gun control bill, or they would not receive any campaign financing for the upcoming election. Cost benefit analysis, that's one way to do it. Gabrielle's got it. And let's see, I think Barron said that, Pioneer Square is bad. There's a reason why we're still not going into the office at night where I work, because it's the 3rd highest crime area in Seattle, and it's by the University of Washington. Colleges have horrifically bad crime. Unfortunately, speaking of the crime and being able to run the notes, the Uniform Crime Report was changed out after 2020. It is extremely difficult to run the spreadsheets that you used to be able to for the previous 30, 40 years from the 1970s. It's now a dynamic system, and I find it, and several others are noticing it, it's extremely more difficult to get the hard data to show where the increases of the crime is, show everything else. So people are defaulting to the GVA. GVA, the gun violence Lions Association website is a Reddit prankster who started that up, and it's been used as
Gun
fact.
Violence Alliance, what?
The GVA, this is the one that everybody quotes
Okay.
as there's been 300 or 400 shootings or school
Right.
shootings and things like that. That actually was established as a Reddit prankster by a
Okay.
Reddit prankster. He decided that he was going to change the definitions that have been used since the 1970s intentionally. Yeah, I hate the UCR change. I have not been able to run any data out after 2020.
Do you know
Um,
why it was changed though?
no
Like
idea.
I was listening to a conversation with the guy who was the head of the Texas Rangers, and he was
Mhm,
also tasked with all international crime for
mhm,
Texas, the state of Texas, because the Rangers was basically their state police. So the way he explained it in this podcast interview is that, like you said, the original the FBI basically back in the day, whenever they first figured out, hey, we can start collecting data from all the states. So all the
mhm.
states that want to participate, send us data. We're going to put it in spreadsheets and tell everybody, and here's what the crimes are. And they only knew what crimes they had: murder, burglary, cartel,
Yeah.
whatever crimes existed. There was like 20 of them or something. I don't know all the facts anymore or the specifics, but let's say there was 20 crimes. Well, it stayed like that from the 30s or something until
Yeah.
the 80s. And then people were like, you know what? There's computers now. There's
Mhm.
international crime. There's like a lot more crimes than these 20 crimes. And we're only participating with states that decide to participate. There's states and things that aren't even participating. So what do? There's computers now. So they came up in the 80s with a computer version of the Uniform Crime Report. And again, it was like, well, if you can afford to do it, and it's not mandatory. So if you feel like it, and then I'm assuming at 9/11 something must have happened where everybody got all upset about it and changed things. But this is
9/11 was the time frame. This was after that.
well, I'm just saying, but there's
Yeah.
this slow progression because do we, the thing is, do we want a a national government that has like instant access to every crime that's ever been committed, like, has some kind of massive infrastructure that knows everything we're always doing and who's the, accurate to every criminal out there? Or do we let sheriffs and people realize that somebody's a good kid and and she's going to do better later, or this was just a reckless weekend, that kind of thing? And there's that, right? So this Uniform Crime Report there's so much nuance to it, because the big thing that, and I'm not justifying it or nothing, I'm just saying there's some nuance to this, because this guy's main thing, and he's since quit so that he can shine more light on this, is the international crimes that are coming up from the cartels.
Oh, yeah.
And some of the horrible stuff that happens with trafficking. And
Mhm.
the problem is that the way, because it's a deep thing, but the way that the crime is reported, the way that it's categorized and thought of, like product, it's turned into a product, let's say, the way that
Mhm.
they deal with it requires them to find a criminal, create evidence, get that evidence together, and then blah blah blah. Well, crimes happen and the person's dead, right? Like they just do horrible things to people and they're
Mhm.
dead within hours.
Yeah.
So this, and they're, or they moved a mile south and they're across an international border. So we've got some really crazy issues, and that's one of these things that was supposed to change. Well, I guess you said it already started changing in 20. This guy said something, he alluded to it like changing in 2023 to some new version that
Yes,
everybody's
they're
going
in
to
the
use.
process
And I'm
of
scared
changing
as
it
shit
over.
is that. Because that
They're in the
sounds like
process.
great, but that sounds like everybody knows everything that's ever happened to everybody or something.
So it's a little bit different from what the UCR was, just the reporting of the actual statistics of how many murders, how many rapes, how many assaults, how many batters. It did not have names or victims or things like that attached with it. It was just the raw data of what happened, where it happened, what was used, and items like that. Did it occur? Was was the type of weapon identifiable? So this was a conglomeration of stuff coming out of the coroner's offices, which report to the department. I want to say it's from the CDC, and I always call it the Department of Vital Statistics, but it's very similar to that in the name. And that also is extremely Whiskers. Yes, I love Whiskers. Whiskers is awesome. Whiskers is extremely valuable when you are working on your 2A stuff. But before we get to whiskers that Gabriel mentioned, the thing to notice with the UCR, it was just raw data. It did not have who it, and it called it out as homicide, not as murder. There's specific legal definitions and the reasons for that. And the reason being, and this is the reason why some of the international data is so difficult to compare. And you have to go back and forth on some of the international data. Some of the international data tracked murder, not homicide. Homicide means death. Murder is a legal definition, meaning that somebody killed another person illegally. Self-defense is technically homicide. A person killed another person. Whether or not it is self-defense or murder is very, very distinctive. Is a very specific distinction that has to be done within a court of law.
Well, here, right? But some cultures, I'm guessing, think, and I'm assuming, I'm just trying to play devil's advocate, that if their culture thinks a death is a death, then, you know what I mean? Like, they might all agree, like, no matter what the circumstances, this was, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think they're necessarily like, let's just be against the United States. I think
well, they're not being against the United States. It's how they're reporting it. So they don't report it as a homicide. They report it as a murder.
That's what I mean. But I'm just saying they might be doing that just because of their moral framework.
Yes.
That's they see everything as a murder, where we're just a little bit different, and we like to.
We're just calling it a homicide. It's a death of a body. Whereas they're not.
And then there's
calling it
countries
a rape.
that don't value anything, and they're just like, well, whatever, that person's gone.
Yeah, they're not tracking it. So and this is specific within Western Europe, because this is what gets pulled up all the time. Within Western Europe, there are specific countries that only track murder. They don't track homicide. So when this is the whole thing of knowing the definitions of the terminology being used in the discussion. Australia is the same way. People talk about, oh, Australia pulled all the guns, they're gun free. No, Australia is not legally gun free. Australian citizens do have guns, and technically after their third so-called nationwide buyback, there's more guns there now than there was after the first one. So one of the things to look at is the definitions of the terms. This is going to empower you and give you, an individual who's wanting to learn 2A stuff, the knowledge to address comments, the knowledge to address somebody. It's like, because you have to remember, some of these individuals who are on the anti-side have been schooled, taught, pretty much given a
like prepped, no, I was saying indoctrinated, but like basically given enough prep, like, here, if you, just like anybody, like, here's a poster, here's some PowerPoints or whatever on our position. Here's why guns are so bad, right? And then they start figuring out, oh, okay, here's some reasons why guns are so bad.
Yes. And so they'll use that specific, and they have that from Watts, Giffords, and Brady's organizations. They have that available. Yes, the UK only counts murders if the suspect is found guilty. That's very, very distinctive, and and when you have a homicide, the homicide could have been natural. It's a dead body. Humans died. Could have been a self-defense shooting. Could have been a self-defense action. Can't call it murder because you don't know if the actions taken by that person was in self-defense, or was it done in murder, or was it done in anger, which has a different classification level. So that's one of the things. And the difference between a suicide and a murder is homicide. I'm not quite understanding that. If it's between self-inflicted and somebody who has done the action, then yes.
It depends. Since there are no, can you hear that? I'm getting some thunder. There's there's not, like, as far as I know, there's not like well, I guess Jake would know. There are, I guess, books that do quantify, is that the right word? Like, give the actual definitions of medical terms.
Yes.
But since there's not something like that in the law, then
yes,
people
actually
just
there is.
Confused.
Yes.
Well, but I'm saying most people don't pay attention. There's no, I mean, I don't know where there would be a thing that says what Well, I guess no, you're right. There would be someplace somewhere, but I mean, in the regular whatever the words people, in common phraseology or whatever, they'll say something like violent deaths so that they can include suicides.
Correct. And that's one of the reasons why they use firearm deaths. Because in the
Right.
use
No,
of
that's
firearm
perfect. Okay,
deaths,
yeah,
I mean, this is the
exactly.
best one. The use of firearms deaths means that they can include suicides, which are between 65 to 75% of all firearm fatalities year over year. And Whiskers, this brings up to what Gabriel says, Whiskers, you can pull that information out quite easily on that. It's a dynamic database through the CDC that allows you to find out how people die and by what method, the ages, the sex, the region, the state, and depending upon the locality that's reporting, you can even go down to the city and besides the county. Whiskers is getting the information from the medical examiners. The medical examiners, all this information is legally reported to the CDC for the causes of the death. There is a massive tome that is put out every year by the CDC from that's like the vital statistics. And this tells you everything. I'm going to drop in the 2018 because that's what I have bookmarked right now.
But it's
That's
like an overwhelming amount of data that
oh
then
yes,
people will
it's
go to that data set, take
oh yeah.
whatever filters they want to it, and then offer their interpretations of what the data
Mm-hmm.
says based on whatever quote unquote they decided is the science or the
Yes.
the way to pull it.
Unfortunately, after 2020, a lot of the data we cannot trust because of what has been happening with specific infectious diseases. Because of that, and because of how you have hospitals lying on the death certificates where the medical examiners have been blowing the whistle, saying, no, this is not what it was. And then you have the insurance companies opening up investigations into why a 23-year-old passed away by a nonviolent cause. Insurance companies, if you ever take a look at your policy, if you work for somebody, you can pull it up and you can read it. Everyone signed, and it's like, oh, do you want extra additional insurance for accidental death and dismemberment? Always take a look and see what that is because you can pull up what they cover. The insurance companies, if the medical examiner doesn't look into this, the insurance companies will, and they are because they don't like paying out money. And the actuary tables, which is how the insurance companies determine what the rates are for a specific age group and risk factors are not happy because they're having to pay out a lot of money right now. So, and Gabriel's correct. Figure out how to use Whiskers. It is critical if you're going to be in the 2A community, fighting for 2A rights and getting involved in everything else. This is a valuable database, and
So
the
what we're
antis.
talking about again is a hosted subset of the CDC numbers
Yes,
that offers like filter or searchable,
yes,
usable. It's like subsets of the stuff that we care about, filtering out all the weird stuff, like somebody stuck a pencil in their eye or something weird.
yes. It'll go through all that data and everything else. So with each part, it allows you to find out that information. Why is that important? It allows you to, and I can have the Whiskers link right here. I found it. And this will be the last link that I'm sending over to TG Webs. So the Whiskers is, how do you not give views but challenge this bullshit information? Okay. When you challenge bullshit information, ask for citations. If the individual gives you a citation from a known anti-site, ask for better. The other thing to know is to realize that some of these sites where it is a Johns Hopkins University and things like that, Learn how to read the individual's data who is preparing either the survey or the study or the report. They have to, since, and I can't remember when the date was, I want to say mid 90s, a little bit after into the early aughts, there was a couple of scandals that came out where you had to show who was paying for the survey, who was paying part of the salary for the researchers, who was paying for the grants. There's a website called The Trace. Anybody who has been following some of this stuff for a while will know that The Trace is a publication, and I use that loosely, that tries to push a anti-2A narrative, and actually several times on some of the stuff an anti-rights narrative. The Trace was established by Michael Bloomberg and is heavily funded by a large group of antis. When you see who is on the Trace's website, then you will, and see who's supporting it. And they will try to do good articles every so often too. But the thing with that is you have to understand that this is a group and everything else who wants to, let's see if I can find that link. Donate. Yeah, no, I don't want to donate. Where's the about? The about. How? Donor and financial transparency. This is critical. So for the Trace, you have Emerson Collective, Everytown for Gun Safety Support, F3 Foundation, Foundation Beyond Belief, the Franklin Philanthropic Foundation, the Joyce Foundation, Levi Strauss Foundation, Lisa and Douglas Goldman Fund, and it goes on and on and on. Schwab Charitable Fund. Any of you who has your 401k or your anything dealing with your retirement funds and things like that for your stocks, Charles Schwab, the Schwab Foundation that I just mentioned, the charitable fund, they're using what they make off of your trades to fund anti-2A materials. Levi Strauss, as a company, the CEO actually has stated within their 10Q reports. The 10Q reports are critical. The 10Q reports are the financial health of a company that are required by SEC regulations to submit, where they state that the CEO and other board members might be making statements that will cost the company money from people who patronize and buy their product. Anytime you buy Levi's jeans, you are paying the antis to be testifying against you, running databases, because the CEO has stated that he will pay his employees for their volunteer time if it's anti-2A. Now, if you know an organization who is completely non-discriminatory, open to anybody for training and things like that, they can apply for a grant from Levi Strauss Foundation to help fund their program. This is where we can use their money to help us know how to write the grants. There are individuals who can help with that. So, let's see. So when you ask, I know I just got off tangent.
All right. Well, let me take us back then. So the idea is, I started out with the direction of, as a person who wants to become a Second Amendment advocate, what resources would be available. So if we went over a bunch of different things. I've made some bullet points, understanding the local and state level political system, so that you can participate or understand what needs to happen for the participation. So if I'm just going to throw in there, if you don't want to do it or you're not able to do it, at least you can support the people. You understand that it's a necessary component and what's involved, so you can support those who are willing or able. Then make appointments and speak to those representatives. So in addition to just being vocal and available when they have something at their discretion to bring to challenge us or to take away our stuff, or occasionally when we take something up to them and we want to show support, additionally make some appointments, get to know your representatives, meet with them, understand their position, that kind of thing. Again, if you can't do that or not able to do that or unwilling to do that, understanding that others can. We don't have to, everybody has to do the same thing.
Right.
You can support those who are making. I mean, the DC Project's a great example of that on a national consistent effort.
And on a local level too. DC Project works not only on federal, but they also work on state.
There's definitely been other ones before.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what NRA did, and they've wavered, but they still have that legacy. But then that means their people all vanish. Wayne bought an expensive suit, so a bunch of people vanished. More than likely, from what I understand, listening to a couple of different things fairly recently, those lobbyists have gone Ronin. They still have the focus and the ability and the skill set. It's just they don't have the faith in the NRA in the backing anymore. So
right.
Do those people still exist? Is there any three-level national level organization rounding them up and putting them to work? I'm not aware of that.
ILA is the side of the NRA that you need to be if you have questions. People will sign up for the NRA's list. The NRA has ILA. God, I can't remember what it is. Something
Institute for Legislative Action.
Yes, that is the side that does all the lobbying, not the NRA specifically. So it's called NRA ILA. ILA is very specific. It is the lobbying arm, and this is something that I know I've said before on many, not just here, but on many other locations. The NRA ILA is the only organization who is a registered lobbyist in all 50 states. Why is that important? If you want to speak early during a committee hearing, that is when you are impaneled by the lobbyist. Know who your lobbyist is. Learn how to speak concisely, specifically, targeted, on point to the bill that is being submitted. I can't tell you how many times we heard individuals saying, my rights, my rights, my rights, does absolutely nothing at the end of a 2-hour hearing where we're closing up. That's what ends up being what the legislators end up hearing is individuals who are going on, oh, well, it's just my rights and this and that. It's the 2A shall not infringe. I'm sorry, guys. Move on behind that. Yes, we know that. But to be active and to change the message and to be the way to address the complexity that is going on, it's human rights. It's not my rights. It's our rights. It's the human right of self-determination that is guaranteed by self-defense. That is by the nature of every single person who is born. They have that human right.
So we're talking the same way that someone might buy a firearm and consider themselves armed. That's you're fine. You can do that. You can go to the store and do that. Now, some people may decide to get a CCW permit or something like that, and that's fine.
Correct.
You can do that. Some people may do that and take a class, and that's fine. And then somewhere along there, you may just hear something of if you do any of these steps or continue along a path towards furthering your own education in firearms, you're eventually going to get to the idea of being able to articulate your actions in court, right?
Correct.
That concept. So the same way that someone might attain to get to that level of familiarization and skill at CCW, at being responsible carry, and some people would suggest that that's something that everyone should attain to, right? Like I can definitely tell you people who probably think everyone should attain to that level of, let's say, professionalism or whatever. Well, then isn't that the same thing you're talking about? Being able to have a conversation, or in this case, a brief, what's it called, like a testimonial, usually 2 minutes or 5 minutes at the most, to some kind of a committee that's in charge of taking those bits to the representatives as a whole, or maybe voting does not even take it because there's nothing worth taking. So what I was going to say is, if you're talking about, we kind of got off there on the NRA ILA being the, I'm going to call them being like the promoters. In other words, they're kind of like lawyers, or they're kind of like music promoters. They have the ability, or real estate agents, they have the ability to work in every state, which isn't something that everybody else attains. They don't have the resources or the inclination. Somebody who starts up being a gun owners' rights organization in a state doesn't necessarily spread to every other state. The NRA was in a position to be able to do that in the 70s, thanks to a couple of people, and they did. So now they've got this, they've got the credentials to be able to go to each state. But being a real estate agent, being a lawyer in each state is great. But if you don't have plaintiffs, if you don't have properties, then what good is it? So if people go, oh, the NRA, some guy bought suits because 2 or 3 people at the NRA are mean and they keep a bunch of other people in the dark, then I'm not going to support the NRA. Well, that trickles down. And now someone who's like, well, I am able to articulate, but I'm not going to support the NRA because people suggest that it's not a good idea. And maybe even if I did support the NRA, I'm aware that I'm going to be, I'm going to be made fun of or given some kind of treatment because I involved myself with them. And now the NRA person, the person who's able to lobby, that doesn't mean they're an expert. It means that they're like a lawyer. It means they're a real estate agent. They don't build the house. They don't like create the vacancy. They just facilitate the transaction. They've been around contracts before. They understand the process, so they make it easier for you and they take a small cut. So that person who's a lobbyist doesn't mean that they know how to take people out and do the whining and dining. They just have the license to get people in the door to offer those testimonials. So I think right. So what we're talking about is becoming a good activist could just be able to concisely and effectively communicate in a short time our positions, especially the nuance of them, and then make yourself available to people who you may not want to go eat dinner with, or you may not want to trust with your $50. But if they have the key to the door, then go stand in line with them and offer so that they have the best resources available, because what they're doing is, like you just said, giving the committee people or the people who are going to decide whether or not this is going to move along more resources, actual nuance to the conversation, and not all the stuff you mentioned.
Correct. And that's one of the things that's really key when it comes down to this, is when you submit written testimony, because everybody gets these emails coming through. Have a good night, Gabriel. When you submit written testimony, and you'll see the examples, they're like, oh, just put your name on here and everything else and send it. Change the subject line. And make sure that you have a unique subject line. You have a template that has been established for the wording. Take that template. If you have to print it out, print it out. Make it personal. Make it so that when you send that email, you have a personal story attached to that. Keep it short and everything else. And use what the NRA puts out, or use what the FPC puts out, use what GOA puts out. Sometimes the DC Project will do something also. Figure out why the 2A is important to you, to your family, to your friends, to your community. Tailor your statements when you reach out to the legislators, to the elected representatives, because it's counties, not legislators. Figure out how to approach it and state, this is why I want you to vote this way because of X, Y, and Z. If you have documentation that supports what you're saying, don't put it into the main body. Have it as an attachment. Have it as a second or a third. If you see your elected representative in person, have a cover sheet. Think of high school book reports where you have a bibliography. You have your cover page of what your report's supposed to be. That's your 5-minute or your 2 to 5 minute statement. Have that written down on there. Then have the documentation that supports your position behind it so that they can reference it. DJ Play Nice is right. This is more than party lines. This is more than partisan. When you have an individual who is on the politically left side of the spectrum, they are not going to be concerned as much about human rights. They're going to be concerned more about minority and marginalized community rights. Knowing that and knowing how to tailor your message to whom you're speaking with is key. Saying my rights shall not be infringed to somebody who is a Democrat socialist, you've lost them. Even though you both believe in the Second Amendment. How do I know this? Because I've had members of the Socialist Rifle Association in Washington State testify against gun control bills. The elected representatives who are anti-2A do not like to see individuals who are not white, political, conservative males. They don't want to see them because that's who the stereotypes of the NRA, oh, that person's just following with this 2A's, they're going to go with the whole 2A racist and everything else. By having self-defense as a human right for anybody, whether it is a minority, a woman, a marginalized community, or any other male, or any male, that's key. Immigrants who come to this country know that many of them come here because they have the ability to protect themselves. There's a handful of countries who have codified self-defense. The United States is one of them. And with everything else, that's one of the things. When you're on the range and you happen to talk to somebody besides of, oh, that's an interesting gun, I'd really like to see this. Oh, hey, have you heard about the whole thing? That individual brings it up. Yeah, I'm really upset because I can't get any more magazines because they're restricting them on 10 rounds. Oh, wow, yeah, that really sucks. This is what I've been doing. We've got a whole group and a whole team that are working to fight these particular items. And hey, we could use your help. We know that you can't testify. Some people can't. Some people will lose their job. They lose their job, they lose their home, they lose their ability to provide for their families. Somebody who is out in the open, there are times that I am amazed that I am still working where I work because the state that I live in is very anti. One of the things that I push on, though, with the whole 2A is education on firearm safety to prevent childhood accidental injury and death, and also on suicide prevention. I am hard on all. To me, it's a trifecta. You need all three for that to protect the second. So when you're starting off and trying to get people involved with if you're looking to find, see what ILA is doing. See when they do their legislative, because ILA will actually do a seminar in person in every state, in every area. Sign up
No,
for
hold
this
on.
list.
When you say ILA will do a seminar, you're
They do a
talking they
seminar in
do
the
a seminar
state.
for a seminar for to create a Second Amendment advocate, a seminar to explain the sit rep on what's the seminar? What's the
Oh,
focus or what's the topic?
everything. They're doing on what the sit rep is, what can be done, trying to get people to be grassroots, to make phone calls, things like that. It's
Okay.
everything.
Are these
While you're
coordinated? Are they with
Yeah, it's
the NRA
coordinated.
meetings? Or I mean, are they
Yes.
coordinated like they're all in September or they
They're different.
stagger?
It depends on the state legislature. Each legislature meets at a different time of the year. Not every state legislature meets at the same time.
Okay, in other words, they coordinate so that they're useful with the actual
They try to.
with the
Yes.
frequency or the calendar of that makes sense. So in
Yeah.
other words, it's stupid to do it in October if everything needs to be done in September or whatever, or in
Correct.
April or whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's a
Or with
resource
an
I've
election.
never heard anybody talk about because it's too cool to say the NRA is lame and to not give the NRA any credit except for anything bad they ever may have done or have done or whatever. So anyway,
ILA does powerful work. The NRA, and I do consider them to be very, very specific groups, two distinct. They are actually financially and legally two distinct groups. The NRA is one group, ILA is another, and that's because that they are this is again thing, they are the lobbying arm. The lobbying arm cannot do what the NRA safety training is or anything like that. They legally have a charter that must be followed.
They're different because at the federal level there's rules and
Yes,
they're applying or they're obeying those rules, but the NRA wouldn't have an ILA with the resources and history and the flex that it's got if it didn't have a massive membership that
correct.
drives everything to it. So
Yeah.
they are separate technically, but at the same time, I'm not going to dance around. Again, nobody's listening this far into it. It's going to be offended because we're aware of the NRA.
Yeah.
People that are blinded to hear something about the NRA, think about that. Who's conditioned you to not even talk about this? Is Wayne so powerful that his suit repels you to even understand the three letters? You know what I mean? Like we're talking about one guy who's done some stuff and then some people who've, profited. How hard is it to get rid of people? We get rid of people all the freaking time. He got there because people get rid of people. So it's just a matter of when that happens or whatever. But anyway, so without getting too far that way, I kind of interrupted you there as you were talking about the idea of going to these seminars. Is there anything else that's out there that's like an instructional for like how to be a activist or how to be a 2A activist?
There's actually a legislative, and G-Webs, I'll have to send this to you. Let me see if I can find this. There is here in Washington State, there was two legislative assistants, and these are the women who work for the legislators. They work for the state. They work in the state capitol. They actually did a whole beautiful program of how to be effective as a individual going to your state legislators or county representative and things like that.
Would you call that lobbying when an individual?
You are lobbying. So don't let anybody say that you're not lobbying.
I mean, there is such a thing as like professional lobbyists, but they are professional lobbyists, but other people can partake in the act of lobbying, which is basically saying, I want you to talk about I'm making it vocal, my position on this as a constituent, start representing. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So when you work on trying to find a solution, or you're trying to work on a process to have the ability to say like, hey, I don't want to see my what's the word I'm thinking of, how everything is going with how bills are being submitted, how laws are being done, and things like that. There is a way to approach the information on this. Every single state will have
like understanding the procedure.
Yes. Every single state will have that. They will have it on their website, and generally it's whatever the state is .leg
The
for that.
same way that when you get that thing in the mail that tells you how to vote at like every level,
Yes.
from like I can't read to like here's everybody's position on it if you can read. Like it's
Yes.
going to help everybody understand. So they're going to have
Mhm.
something like a resource. So it makes sense that
Yeah.
that would be a good place to check
And
out.
so one of the things I just dropped you that I'm dropping right now, and this is from Washington State, and this is the civics on how a bill becomes law, and this is from the state legislature. I'll have to get the other thing that I'm thinking about and send that over to you because I'm not quickly finding it, and not surprised because my bookmarks are a complete fiasco right now. But there are ways to get the information that you need. There are groups on, if you're on Facebook, there are groups on Facebook that will do more of a 2A side on the legislative side. There are others that won't. They'll be more like my rights shall not be infringed. Learn what they are. Then you have FPC. They will have information on how some stuff on how to get involved. Same thing with the Gun Owners of America. Same thing. They'll have some stuff on how to get involved. Once you know, I mean, the old thing of Schoolhouse Rock. Schoolhouse Rock actually had correct information on how a bill becomes law on the general sense. States are very specific. They're going to be a little bit different from that. Know that process. Know when your legislature sets up the bills and things like that. In Washington, as an example, shortly after the election in November, bills that are going to be submitted for the following year's legislative session are going to start coming in, including title-only bills. This goes back to the whole thing of read the bills, know how bills are being changed, know how to find your legal code on the website. It's all there. Everything that you need to fight gun control and how they are doing their bills is online on the state's websites. It's there. Because if they're doing this as a legislative bill to become law, there are specific documentations on what needs to be done and how the steps are being done and what the full bill is. The biggest bill that I have read has been 600 pages.
All right. So I'm going to play devil's advocate to somebody who says, okay, well, now we're just like discovering our resources or whatever. So now I'm going to say we know some resources and some strategies and some other stuff that we talked about in the process. But now I'm going to make you the player in this game. It's a chessboard, and all the advocates. You don't have to use specific names, but all the different players that we have, and whatever ones you might need. Right? It's not you have you have available to you. How would you, as a strategist, somebody setting up a chess game, as chessboard or something, the adversary, is the antis, and they've got all their players and their pieces out there. How would you set it up? Would you have like a 50% people heading to to fight the laws, and then 50% to the going to the Supreme Court and making people aware? Or would it be all activism and education so that none of this stuff even gets into the political end? Because I think there's some people out there that go to that. Would it be some other mix? Or, if you had everything that not more than just we talked about tonight, but all the stuff you're aware of, and you were the grand general, everybody said, you know what, let's just let her use us as our resource, and then you use us effectively. Is there some way you can, I know I'm throwing that at you out of nowhere, but
That's okay.
that, how would you answer that one?
This is actually interesting. Being thrown questions like this, if you're wanting to get started and everything else, when you know your subject and you know your subject matter, you can answer at the drop of a hat. Education. safety education. And then the next thing is also you want to prevent these bills from even being considered, from getting out of committee or through a voter initiative process. You want to stop it there. And the next thing is that you want to prevent individuals from counter everything. If you have a website and things like that, or if you are good at writing but you're not good at public speaking, there are methods to get your message out where you can cite your resources, cite your statements through Substack, through locals.com, through minds.com, using alternative tech as a way to document why you feel this is not a good bill, why you feel the education is important. There are several key individuals in the Pacific Northwest, out on the East Coast, and then in the South, who, if you use them as references and help boost the signal of what they are doing, then you have the ability to counter, oh, the 2A community is not doing anything. All they're doing is just pushing guns, pushing guns, pushing guns. You can say, hey, no, I'm not, because I believe in safety education and taking the mystique and the mystery of the firearm away from the young child so that they know that this is not a toy, it's not a game. How do you do that? You've got Derek LeBlanc with Kid Safe Foundation. You also have the NRA's Eddie the Eagle. There's also several other ones called Erica's Big Day is a book. You have Yehuda Ramirez books on safety on and things like that. You also have Julie Golub, who's written a book to help parents. All of these are educational resources that you can provide to somebody who is on the fence or even an anti. It's like, see, we're already doing this. And you'll be able to address the fact that the Be Smart program coming out of Everytown and Mom's Demand has actually plagiarized every single thing coming from Project Child Safe that the NSSF and all of the firearm manufacturers and the gun shops and the FFLs have paid to get established and put everything on. They actually have flat out plagiarized this. I've actually got screenshots of them using Project Child Safe's data and slides for their own. That's the one thing.
Mom at Arms, just to interrupt, Mom at Arms had a video where somebody, I think one of the ladies from Mom at Arms even, went up to a booth, and it was Shan's people handing out, it was either Walk Talk America or Child, I think it was Child Safes.
Yeah.
Things. They're like, this is NSF. And they're like, so what?
Like, yeah,
they didn't even know what NSSF. Well, they don't know what an NSSF
they
is.
don't, and they don't realize you're passing
they were
something
told,
out from the firearm
away.
industry.
It's our message, even though it's literally a pro-gun message. Yes. But that's because people are capitalizing on the rift between us. It's people that are willing to go over and say, gotcha, you're using our thing. Who gives a fuck? That's worthless. That creates the rift. That emboldens the rift. The person who comes up and goes, hey, can I show you something? Let me show you something on my phone. Look, I found that same wristband, and now zoom out. Guess what? That was from Remington or whatever. That was from NSSF, who's run by Remington. Like that's a gun initiative. So it's awesome that you guys are able to reach across the table. I'm glad you're doing that. Right?
Yeah.
That's a whole different conversation, right?
And use it for them as a way to say, like, oh, really appreciate you supporting the Second Amendment by supporting NSSF. And
this is how we truly save lives, by making kids aware. The same way we teach them about dangerous things in the garage or the kitchen, we teach them that there's dangerous other things in the world. You don't touch a saw, you don't touch a gun, you don't touch the running car. Maybe you don't touch a dog, right? You teach them not to go yank on a snake.
Don't put your head on the top of the dog unless you know that dog, because that's
exactly. And then the people that are like, oh no, you never touch a dog. You're not going to teach my kid nothing about a dog. Guess who's going to get bit? Guess who's not going to understand something because they were. So anyway, we're doing what I try not to do, which is just pick on the people for not understanding. But I'm trying to light on the fact that it's really the rift. People will sit there and capitalize on that rift forever on both sides instead of just shutting up, shaking hands, and walking across and saying, "Hey, you know what? What we really want to do is teach kids." And you're so against everything that you're against kids safe. What's that? Yeah. Well, that's where we teach kids, be careful of guns and leave them alone and that kind of stuff. You've taken that out of schools, and then you get mad that there's accidents. So let's get back to having fewer accidents by without even a gun. We have things called these inert blue guns. They're just in the shape of a gun, and that's not going to hurt anybody. And then they can teach kids all this stuff. They never happen to be around one. Kids that want to be around one learn how to do it. And now guess what? It's normalized. But anyway, that's a whole other thing.
No,
so
that's a good
how to play chess. So you started out by saying some educations, and then I think you actually took it even to the more extreme, saying use that kind of stuff you alluded to before, understanding how the political system works, but using it not just for 2A, but how to get rid of ballot initiatives and some of the stuff that are used as the things that are used as weapons in the political system, right? Get rid of those weapons and make the political system more of like, here's some rules, not here's a bunch of dictates.
Right. And and this goes through the whole thing. Red flag laws do not violate the Second Amendment at all. It is only at the absolute end when a red flag order is exercised does it violate the Second Amendment. The entire process of a red flag or an extreme risk protection order is a violation of the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th and 9th Amendments, the due process. That's what the ERPOs are. So when you say and you talk to somebody about, oh, well, red flag laws save lives. No, they don't, because they do not get that individual to medical care. All of us who have purchased a firearm brand new from a FFL know on the 4473, it asks whether or not you have been involuntarily committed over 72 hours. The 72 hours is key because I believe it's a Brady and Jake Wilkinson from Walk the Talk America, Zephyr Wellness, has more details on this. It's a Brady Act or a Brady process. I don't know if it's named because of James Brady, who was shot when the assassination attempt was made. But that is a nationwide regulation where an individual is involuntarily committed either by law enforcement or by a medical personnel to get sustained, targeted medical help for mental health. This is to make sure that that person's not going through a crisis, is not going through a medical issue that's causing a mental crisis, and you are required by the law to be in front of the judge after the 72nd hour. And that's where everybody is going to be there. The patient, the individuals who signed off on the 72 in California, it's also known as a 5150, who have signed off on the 72-hour hold. And then they also have an individual who's representing the patient to say, and the doctors who have assessed the individual. These are everybody's going in front of the judge, and that's the point where that is the decision. Is the person going to voluntarily get additional help, which does not preclude a restriction of the 4473? Are they going to be involuntarily committed further, which does restrict the their answer on the 4473? Or is the person good? Are they fine? And they can be released and maybe follow up with a mental health professional later on. For those who have questions about that process and how to answer it, see what Walk the Talk America, Zephyr Wellness, with Mike Sedini and Jake Wilkerson have done. What they have put together is extremely powerful. Somebody who is in suicidal crisis, know that there's a new number called 998. I believe that's what it is. 998 instead of 911 or 988. It's a new national number that gets you to the suicide prevention hotline. You text 741-741. Text help or talk. That gets you to the suicide prevention hotline. There are specifics with veterans. There are specifics within marginalized communities that help those specific communities because they have very very targeted needs to help prevent suicide. Me personally, one of the things in being a 2A supporter and a 2A advocate is knowing how to address suicide prevention, knowing how to address the fact that suicide is more than 50% year over year of firearm fatalities. Now, when you take a look at all suicides, which Wickers that I brought up earlier will tell you and show you that non-firearm suicides have become parity with firearm suicides. That does not include opioid usage and overdoses. That was breached 6 years ago. The reason why they can't put all those opioid overdoses in as suicides, because there's no note. And because there's no note on those, they cannot classify those as suicide. So that is a critical thing. And if you want to hit them on this, when you have an anti who's pushing on the firearm fatalities and on the accidents and things like that, ask them, why aren't they working on suicide prevention? We have young children who, during these lockdowns, have had their lives destroyed, where you have third graders committing suicide during the Zoom class sessions with a firearm, so that all their other classmates see this. Sometimes the teacher's assistant is able to shut the screen off so that the students don't see what's going on, but it is an issue. When you hear the comparison that the states with the lax firearm laws have more firearm fatalities, these are individuals who are being knowingly deceptive, because the firearm fatalities are the suicides. Who are your suicides? Your suicides are your rural white men who are farmers and ranchers. They're also your LEOs, your first responders, including your fire department, and they're also your veterans. So those are the individuals who live in states where they are more pro 2A with less gun control. So anybody who uses that statement that the states with the lax gun laws are the ones that are the problem because they have more firearm fatalities, that is an individual who is being either parroting what they have been told by Giffords, Brady, Moms Demand Everytown, or it's somebody who does know and is being malicious about the statistics of what's going on. If you don't want to work on the political side of being a 2A advocate, it's too much, everything else, it's too risky for your career and being able to provide for family, work on the suicide prevention. That is going to be more valuable than preventing some of these laws. Because if we can get those numbers down as the community that we are, which is what we did on accidental deaths with retired Colonel Cooper's 4 rules. Because if you look prior to the 1970s, when Colonel Cooper put those rules out.
Are you just saying that, or have you seen something that associates?
Well, I've seen the dates. I've seen the data. There is hard data that shows that accidental deaths used to be significantly higher.
Oh, no, I know that part, but I'm saying, have you seen anything that attributes it to the mass, what's the word, like the mass distribution of those 4 safety rules?
Yes. It's within 5 years those numbers dropped, and those numbers since then have been below 500 a year over year. 2021 saw a spike, but 2021 and part of 2020 are a statistical anomaly based upon the lockdowns and things like that. So anybody who brings that up, you must address the fact that the lockdowns threw a monkey wrench into everything. Just like the incident in Vegas is a statistical anomaly. You have to pull those out. Anybody who knows how to do statistics will understand what a statistical anomaly is. But yes.
Well, that's pretty unrealistic, though, for somebody who's against evil and bad things, and you're allowed to just be against that. Like,
yeah.
There's no law that says you have to be like some kind of, clinical whatever. So somebody can just be against stuff, and then to say, well, we're not going to count that one. That don't work. You know what I mean? Like, it
It's
might work
more.
for
It's
a what am I trying to say? Like a school setting, but
mhm.
for just having a conversation with somebody,
For having a
I
conversation
wouldn't
with
accept
somebody.
it if somebody's like, "Oh, I'm just going to take the one thing that's the worst and just take it out of the mix." I
But
mean,
then if you have to add in the fact that you've had bombings and you've had other things that have caused more deaths than just that specific incident, and
no,
why
no,
ha
that's true, and that's where I would say, instead of saying I'm going to take that out, I would just
Right.
say I'm gonna
Exactly.
put
Okay,
that down on
yes.
the table because you're saying that's the big thing, and that's true. Like,
Mhm.
that happened. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't
it
think
did.
it's possible
Don't deny
personally.
it.
But,
And
yeah, go ahead. Like, that's the way
mhm.
everybody's laying it down. It's going to be part of history, is like whatever happened. So now let's talk about, there's a lot of ways to approach it. And I think it depends on the person. You're
It
not going to
does.
take,
It
oh, well,
does.
here's a bombing. Here's what poison could do.
Yes.
Some people don't want to hear all that. That's going against their grain. It's going to put up a wall up. But you
Mhm.
might be able to say, some other approach. I don't necessarily have
Yeah,
to have that
and
exact right
this
now, but you could have a series of approaches and decide which one you're going to pull out of the card deck and
mhm.
use for this person during this
Yes.
conversation. And
And
then
that's
something I
critical.
will also throw in there. Sometimes the person you're talking to is just not going to happen. Like, but you can use the opportunity because you're not conversation. You're having a conversation with one person in front of 12 people or online. Now, you may not change this person's mind, but you may be able to take some stuff out of your card deck that you've heard before, put it out there, and those other people now heard it. And even if whatever, that other person's probably just going to be able to say, well, well, well. But now that's out there. It's not like a court where the judge can say, oh no, you got to take that back. Nobody can
Mhm.
remember that. Everyone's going to hear it. So some of it that's part of the art, like, just
Yes.
like you said earlier, knowing the whole spectrum lets you lay down cards strategically once in a while, even if it doesn't make you win that hand. It lays down some framework so people know you're the real deal, or what you're talking about, and that kind of thing.
Know how to approach the different social media platforms if you're engaging such discussions on social media. Realize that there are individuals who are there and who are out there who will intentionally try to trap you to get you suspended, to get you booted off permanently. And then they'll say, like, oh, well, this person's just stating this. There are individuals that you can tag on social media, on Twitter, on TikTok. Yes, there is a large two-way community that is pro two-way who is countering some of the anti conversations right now on TikTok. Yes, it is China. It is you're putting personal information out there. Know what your risks are when you use any of the social media platforms. Anything that you put online will be used against you. If you end up in a horrific situation where you have to defend your life, know that anything that you put out there will be used if you put anything out on social media. And it doesn't matter if it is a private account or if it is a public account, because the prosecutors have the ability to petition and request from the social media providers, the companies, they can request all those records. Know that. Don't joke around with some stuff. If you do it in person where someone's not recording you. Um, but the whole thing on how to address some stuff, realize that people are going to be listening to you. Realize that when you're having some of the discussions, whether it's an argument or not, online, like say on Twitter or on TikTok or on Facebook, realize that there are people who are reading that conversation. Be polite. For all that is holy and all the tea that is in China, please do not use the terms Republictard, maggot, or demo rat, or whatever it is. You've lost the argument at that point. Keep it civil. I will call people ghouls for using data in a way that intentionally hides what is going on. Know your mark, know where you're doing this stuff. So if you're somebody who's getting started and you don't know where to do, yes, we have thrown a crap ton of information since I've come online. Sign up with the ILA for your state, for your area, to know when they are doing seminars. These seminars are going to be for the upcoming legislative session. If there is voter initiatives that are happening in your state, they will sometimes do a seminar on that. If you have elections everybody's got elections coming up every 2 years. The representatives for both the state and for the federal are up for re-election. 1/3 of the Senate is up for re-election. And depending on your state legislature, each one of those is handled differently. Find out who your district precinct person is. A lot of the primaries are happening right now. Washington is the top 2 that go on to the general. Get involved by talking to people. Get involved by wearing a t-shirt that says, not whatever. It's not like, oh, the Second Amendment, this. There's a lot of things that, like, say, not everybody likes them, but Maj does have good shirts. Freedom over with the line over everything. Know where that comes from, which is Blackstone's ratio. And where Ben Franklin expanded Blackstone's ratio, Blackstone used better for 10 guilty go free than 1 innocent be convicted and go to prison. Benjamin Franklin said, with the establishment of our Bill of what we now call our Bill of Rights under the due process, better that 100 guilty go free than 1 innocent be convicted and sent to prison. That is key. Our due process is unlike, no one else has this globally for this part. No one does. I don't care what people say about Canada. They have, and I don't care what people say about Australia. To actually look at the hard codified law, only in the United States are you truly innocent until proven guilty by a jury of your peers.
So I'm thankful and glad you said that, because I've heard 100 go free. Basically, when I took some cop classes a long time ago, I remember that part of it, and I was like, "That's decent." Like, because like you said, I took some introductory to police classes, and it's all about the theory and the history of policing and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I couldn't remember for the life of me where that came from, but I know I've seen it once in a while through whatever. So you said that Franklin came up with that, but
Benjamin Franklin expanded it. It's
Yeah,
called
so
Blackstone's ratio, and Blackstone is part of English law. He
Okay,
is one of
so
the lawyers.
Franklin improved it because the United States is better
Yes.
than stupid England's Blackstone's 10 to 1. Okay.
10 to 1. He expanded it. It's really 100 to 1. Myself and several others that I know of, I look at it as 10,000 to 1. It is better than 10,000 guilty go free than 1 innocent be convicted and sent to prison. Why does this matter? Because you have individuals where they have had their lives destroyed by false accusations. And this is where your ERPAs, your extreme risk protection orders, and your red flag laws come into key. Red flag laws are being used right now in family law courts to destroy the other party. Generally, it's the father, because the father is the one who, for the most part, on average, is the one who's buying the firearms. So the separated wife is using the extreme risk protection order, lying about it, to have those firearms seized, causing an additional risk and penalty against the other spouse. That is a problem. When you have the Innocent Project, which is a project that reviews death row inmates' cases, the last number that I saw, which was several years ago, and I want to say from 2018, the Innocent Project has shown that over 150 men on death row were innocent. how many were killed with a death sentence. These are individuals where lawyers have volunteered their time and other data analysis, and other individuals have gone through the records, everything, to try to see if they have a case, because you have to, in order to reopen a case, to have somebody shown to be innocent after they've been convicted, it is a very high threshold. It is more than going through the original trial. But when you have law enforcement, when you have prosecutors, when you have witnesses who lie and who know that they can get away with saying false accusations, perjure themselves with no repercussions, then yes, we have innocents who have been convicted. This is the reason why it is not just the second that we have to protect, but it's the most crucial, because the second protects the first and the first protects the rest. You can't talk about an individual who's been wrongly convicted if the First Amendment has been restricted to individuals who are not desirable, cannot mount a defense, or get heard in the public square. That is key. The fact that a couple of years ago, I had to defend frickin' Adam Waffen on a illegal red flag that was done by the FBI, utilized through Seattle Police Department in Snohomish County. The judge threw it out. But the fact that that individual had their natural rights violated, and they specifically picked a horrific individual to go after. This is why we have to fight everything. The second protects the first, protects everything else. So if an individual is not sure about how to approach being political, work on firearms safety education for children so that we don't have the accidents. We don't have the issues where a child is mistakenly reaching into their mother's purse because the mom didn't realize that there are purses specifically designed for concealed carry, or she didn't have a Kydex holster protecting the trigger guard, and she gets shot and killed by her 3-year-old child. Work on the firearm.
That can be, you mentioned a couple of the books. I threw the link out there to EDC guys, Erica's Big Day.
Yes, that's a great book.
Some of those you can just gift those to people, right? Or make them available to ranges and stuff. Like having something like that in at a gun shop or something, they might not even have to have it, in stock. It'd be cool if they did. I'm sure they could. But, just having it around places where people can thumb through it. How many grandparents are going to be like, oh, dang, I'm going to buy a couple of these for whatever, people I know or my grandkids or whatever. So it's just the idea of getting it into people's heads. They know how to go to Amazon and buy it. You don't have to go around being a philanthropist. You can just strategically place them. Even sometimes you can buy a book, take a hole punch a hole through it, put some kind of cord on it so people realize it's not a free take this, but instead, hey, this exists, have that hanging or something.
It's a data library. Something else for people to realize. You have farmers markets that are across the country in small towns, large, and in the cities. Farmers markets are not restricted to just those providing a product in the sense of fruits and vegetables. You can have other
booths and stuff. You can have
exactly. So if you want, so somebody is interested in doing this as a way, you get a 10 by 10, the white pop-up. I think they're about, you want to get a good one. They're not, you don't want to get a cheap one. The cheap one will fall apart real quick. You want to get one that's about $250.
You can get them for free. Just drive around on like an early morning after a really bad wind.
That too, if you want to do that. But there's ways if you want to be, how you approach it, if you want to do this for sending out the information. Walk the Talk America will send you data. In Washington State, Forefront Suicide Prevention, you email Brett Bass or any of the other individuals who are involved with that program, they will send you a box of data on suicide prevention within Washington State. The NRA will give you information, and so that you can print it up. FPC, have something with it. If anybody has seen some of my older posts on Instagram, I have what are when I was still active within Pink Pistols, I have what my booth looks like for that. I had signage, I had stuff to hand out, I had a lot of stuff to do. Exactly, Walk the Talk America. Have those cards out saying like, hey, want to give you some information, really care about you, hope you're having a wonderful day. If you know somebody who's having problems, mental health issues or something like that, here's a great resource for you.
I just print these. So I just get these things for like 60 cents or whatever, and then print these. And then I started including them in the stuff that goes out from the store.
Yeah. 95% of the people who look into this and will take it from you will hold on to it. Halloween's coming up in 85 days.
How about think about somebody sees this little card at the shop, or they just have it laying around, like say, or they get it in their hands, and now it's not like you're, hey, I'm thinking, but it's like now they go, oh, I know where to leave this. I know who, I'm going to put this in somebody's mail, or like I know where to stuff this in a magazine so that somebody sees it. And
it's great. You have the community boards within a lot of the grocery stores. With some people still go into banks for certain things. You also have it for barbershops, things like that. Hey, can I put some information up on your thing? And using the Walk the Talk America, using this stuff for suicide prevention, using this stuff for safety education. Another thing to bring up is if somebody's interested, if you are in the medical profession and you are a nurse, an EMT, or a paramedic, or a physician, you can become somebody who is certified to train and teach Stop the Bleed. Stop the Bleed was done after Sandy Hook and something else, I think. And they realized it's like, the first responders, as they call them, the first responders are actually us. It's the individual, it's the communities in the neighborhood. We are the ones who are going to be there and being able to respond faster, quicker than waiting for 911, the ambulances, and everything else to show up. Stop the Bleed goes through a program where it shows individuals how literally to stop a bleed. They go through tourniquet use, they go through wound packing, and they go through pressure bandages. They will also report to people that you're more likely to use this on somebody who has had a kitchen accident or a car accident than a gunshot. The gunshots are what people talk about. What happens more is someone has a knife injury from in the kitchen or working in the yard or something like that, or a car accident where they have a compound fracture or a fall due to a fall that has established a compound fracture. How do you stop that bleed from that person from bleeding to death? Because that's where your minutes count. So that is something else. If you are in a profession, and this is even for teachers, Stop the Bleed is a valuable resource for that. And I believe Faster Saves Lives, which is based out of Colorado, goes into that.
Ohio.
Okay, thank you.
But hold on, I want to just go back for a second, because we don't have to just throw out stuff. So because I could take a second off or something. Yeah. I just did a Stop the Bleed online course. It takes 26 minutes or 23 if you don't blab a bunch of times. So all it is how to stop someone's bleeding. And there's a couple of different ways you can bleed that you wouldn't want to die from. And it really just gives you a very, very quick crash course on it. So when we say like it's a course and it's first aid, I mean, there's pressure bandages, there's a tourniquet, and then there's some other, like 2 other things. So there's like, it just is a concise way of taking you through that. I'd recommend understanding it. Take it online. Feel free. It's worth the experience, but then take it in person, because the hands-on literally will give you the everything you need to know to actually apply it if you ever had to. And then the last thing I'll add before you go on to Faster is that it's just, and I just wanted to stop there because it's so much shorter than Faster. Faster is like an actual thing.
Yes. And Faster is geared to a very
third
specific group too.
But the thing about what you get with the Stop the Bleed course is empowered. So people who haven't experienced firearms until being adults, you understand what it's like to be empowered, not by the fetish of the gun, but by understanding that you had been, for whatever reason, had the assumption that firearms were this or that, and then you own a firearm, and now you are empowered with the understanding of what firearm ownership is all about, and you have this understanding of what being a firearms owner is like, because now you see it from both sides. That kind of empowerment, right? Like the empowerment of once you're a driver, instead of just watching cars drive around, once you know how to operate the car, that's an empowerment, right? So Stop the Bleed gives you the ability to save a life. And that's something that a lot of people think is something otherworldly, or that you have to have done a bunch of things, but we're pretty much just fancy monkeys, right? So we're nothing more than anything else. We can poke a hole in us and we bleed out. This is simple stuff. That's, I think that empowerment to that is a step to, what else can I just master in moments? Because that's literally all it takes to literally, and think about it, your parents, your kids, anybody who you care about, or you just want to be a hero in, when a hero is necessary. You want to be able to be, right?
Yeah.
And I don't mean hero like shine light on, but like, to someone who's just about to die. If you are able to offer aid to someone, why not give yourself 20 minutes to be able to do that? In fact, yourself. I mean, what the hell?
Yeah, and they will show you how, and they will tell you how to, if you get a compound fracture in your thigh, depending on where the piercing of the vascular system is, you may only have a few minutes to save your own life. And they will go into what it takes to do that. Now, Faster Saves Lives is a very, very specific organization. Faster stands for Faculty and Administrator Safety and Training and Emergency Response. They will do not just firearms education for a teacher who wants to know this. They will do medical training and understand and have the ability to show you don't need to be having the gun. You're not doing CQB, close quarters, things like that. And I've actually got into several arguments with some of the vet bros on this. And it's like, teachers are not going out there to search out the individual who is causing the problem. The teachers are defending their students' lives. That's the key. They're not going out and training for that. They're learning how to stay calm. And these are the same here's something else. Yes, they say for adding more and more onto teachers. The teachers are already doing that when a kid falls, when a kid gets injured, when a kid has a head injury. They're also the same thing when there's a bomb threat to the school. And depending on what part of the country that you're in, you either have earthquake issues, you have tornado issues, and then you have fast floodings, things like that. There are a lot of other things that are going on too. The difference with Faster Saves Lives, it gives the educator and the administrators the ability to stay calm by having the knowledge on how to respond when there is an emergency. This is not taking the place of the paramedics or the EMTs or the emergency medical professionals. This is starting the life-saving treatment that is needed within the golden hour. Anybody?
I'm interrupting. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
And it's offered. I just wanted to put in or add to it that it's offered to the instructors in a way that they're familiar with, not like a boot camp or some kind of like we're all going to sit around in a circle and whatever. It's like offered to into educators in a format that they're familiar with, so that it can be absorbed, so that it can be digested by them the same way they would a new curriculum for, like you said, emergency response, or maybe a new medical thing. Like, so it's not like an alien thing or something that's just going to take teachers out of their realm. It's instead catered to educators and, like you say, faculty, administrators, and other people, again, to empower.
Exactly. And that's
way more than a 20-minute class. Like,
yes, yeah.
multiple levels, and it's an actual. And that's the other thing, is it's something that they can have as like a credential, or it's like something that they can have the certificate that they've done it, so that then they can teach and people can have that confidence. Because again, people will say, oh, I don't want to fortify the school. Well, a way to fortify the school is that the general kids know that the teachers are able, and whatever, they don't have to flex, they just have to know the teachers are able. And now the kids, who are the ones who are usually the thing, know that this isn't the place to do that kind of thing.
Exactly. Or the individual's not going to have that to do that. The NRA also, this goes back to the NRA. The NRA also provides a free program to any school who requests it on how to secure that building without fortifying it in the way that, oh, it's going to turn it into a prison, or it's going to turn it into this bleak building. No, the NRA will do that for free to any school.
And it's in a formalized, institutionalized way. So it's not like, well, we're just going to give you this. Like, they're giving you something that the weight of the NRA's infrastructure in training and safety, same way that I guess people may not be familiar, but there's a lot of infrastructure in the industry and in the community that's built off the basics, which the basics are the old NRA, or the basic NRA kind of. You're talking about the 4 rules. That's about the only thing out there that isn't NRA.
Yeah, exactly.
Only because NRA probably figured out nobody else is doing this and we're able, so let's get some consistency. And then everybody was like, well, I could either rebuild the mousetrap, or here's one that works, let's just use theirs.
Exactly.
And it's not like it was an engineered thing, it's just that it happened. And this is before the internet. But anyway, getting off topic.
No, but actually, I think it's still on topic, because it's a valuable thing for somebody can take to the school board and say, where is this done? Where is the information that shows that my child knows, or my child's teacher has this data, has this information, and we know that this school has been set up, and we know where the weak points are, we know where the strong points are. Elected officials have to answer to who votes for them. School districts are the smallest of the electorate, in the sense that of the elected officials. Coastal agencies will have port authorities and things like that are also elected, but those ports are significantly larger than a school district, because a school district is only going to handle a specific number of schools within a community. There's nothing to say that anybody, even if you do not have a child, that you cannot ask during a school board meeting, where is this information? If you are a resident and a taxpayer, and if you rent, you are a taxpayer paying property taxes based upon your rent that your landlord is paying, because your rent goes to those property taxes. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise on that. So that's another way of doing this. You can approach it on the safety information. For people who getting involved also with doing a booth and having some of the information out there, know who in the area targets firearm safety education for women, targets it for victims of abuse, things like that. Having something just to hand out on a simple thin paper that can be folded goes through a lot. If somebody asks you for information on what you're doing, I'm just doing this for myself because I really care about our community. Don't just say my community, our community.
That's an interesting point. Well, I don't. Yeah, that what you just mentioned there. Keeping in mind that this is a bigger issue, but the idea that you don't have to necessarily be like the sanctioned Walk the Talk America New Jersey affiliate or the Kansas. I don't know who to pick on. I'll pick on a panhandle. What state has a panhandle? Nebraska.
Florida, Oklahoma.
So anyway, so you don't have to be an official advocate, but you can offer some resources. So you could say, like you just said, like we're a group of friends and we just think this is important. We love the fair. We love this like race or something. We like this, gun show so much. So we hang out here, we get a table because it's helping the community. And then, we must like to see less death. So here's some information about suicide awareness. Remember, a lot of these are our veterans, and some of those are old guys, some of those are young guys. Sometimes it's just to stop, cause a pause, right? Just let them know that there are people out there that they can talk to. All they got to do is now dial 988. And now that person knows a shit ton of stuff that they can walk away and either forget it all, or when it's necessary, go, dude, call 988. I don't know what to tell you. Like who knows how that can get out there. So you don't have to be an official nothing. You can just be like, let's go have fun this weekend and maybe, hey, you guys got a gun shop and you're going to be at the table or you're going to have a table at the gun show. Here's what it's like in real life. I don't want to work at the gun show. Or one guy's like, yeah, I'll work at the gun show. But then every once in a while, it's like, I want to go to the bathroom. Or somebody's like, I don't want to be here in the first place. So you're like, hey, can I show up and hang out at your table and be useful maybe? And then also talk about suicide awareness or talk about, like you said, child safety awareness, like actual firearm safety. Or I was going to bring up another one, but some aspect or all of the above, and just have this available at your table. I mean, I guess some gun shop might be like blah blah blah, but then that gives you an opportunity to advocate for why you should be able to, or why it would be a good idea for them to be the gun shop that does be the only gun shop in the gun show offering that info, and how awesome it is.
And bring it up not just the gun shows. Look to your farmers markets, look to your art fairs, look to your non-standard location where you can reach the individual who is not part of the 2A community, who the antis are reaching based upon the commercials that are being paid for by the multi-billionaires. Be there, answer the questions. And I will put this out to anybody who is in Western Washington. I've said this before, I am willing to mentor. I am willing to help and show and educate the data and the way to approach individuals on this. Like I've said others on some other stuff, I just physically, because of my health, cannot be a point person anymore. But I am more than willing to mentor and to help provide the advice, to help get stuff set up if somebody else wants to do this. There are a number of organizations that will do this. If you find out that there's a farmer's market not far from you, or a community market, or even the state or the county fair, find out what is it. You may not be able to do it this year. That's understandable. We're getting towards the end of summer. Some of these fairs and everything else, these are picked up early on, sometimes a year ahead of time. So, and exactly for the food banks, you're volunteering. If any individuals who are veterans, sometimes they are willing to waive the fee of the individuals who are going there if you're veterans, to promote safety. You want to be, and that's the whole thing, is you're not promoting the Second Amendment. You're promoting education. You're promoting firearm safety. You're promoting being situational awareness so that you don't have someone who is elderly get injured or stabbed, like in San Francisco, several of the times in San Francisco. You have that information so that people are, like, the same way you approach it, that I love my community. I want my community to be having the armed with the safety and educational materials to make a choice in what they do. A lot of people also don't realize the Second Amendment protects less than lethal weapons. Your stun guns, your tasers, your the batons, all of that is protected under the Second Amendment. Knives are protected under the Second Amendment. Make sure that somebody who has that information, oh, I don't want a gun, that's fine. We totally understand. Learn how to safely operate or pick it up so that you don't harm somebody. If you want to have the ability to defend yourself and you don't want a firearm, here are some resources that you can use to defend yourself. That is really how to, when it comes down to it, affect change within the community to defend all our rights. Because again, the second protects the first protects everything else. Yeah, DJ Play Nice, that's a good way of saying it. It's about being a solid citizen and to really make sure that people have that stuff. Who's to say that you can go through and help somebody by providing that little bit of detail? Washington State actually has codified less than lethal self-defense. Not many people know that. Have that information. If you know of dojos who do BJJ, have that information. Oh, you don't want to carry a firearm? Here's a great resource for judo or for Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Reach out to them. They may have a class to help you learn how to defend yourself. You're interested in situational awareness so that you know how to be safe when you're walking to your car or this or that. There are firearms instructors, as an example, here in Western Washington, Adventure Protection Systems. He's also involved with the Washington Civil Rights Association. Curtis does a 8-hour class, feeds the women coffee, lunch, starts them off, and goes into situational awareness for an 8-hour class. He does that once a month, sometimes twice a month on a Saturday is a big thing that he does with this. But he makes sure that the women are comfortable. He has taught victims of domestic violence, of stalkers, rape victims, along with his wife and his daughter, how to defend yourself. I would not be surprised if in any individual within one of the 50 states, there is somebody there who does this, even within New York, even within California. California, within Pasadena, there's Redstone Firearms.
I thought you were talking about triggerology a minute ago. That's what you were talking about, right?
He does a lot of good classes too. This is the thing. Know who actually does the classes. Ken from Provectus Group does a lot in the southeast of this country. You've got Marshall Williams, who travels throughout the South into Texas and sometimes up into the Midwest, does classes specifically for Black and Native women. That's key. It's important. It's not being divisive. It's not segregating. People are comfortable when it comes to self-defense if the person who's teaching that class looks like them, because they understand what that individual is going through when it comes to being catcalled, when it comes to being targeted because you're a woman, because you're a minority or a marginalized community. Those things matter. And it's not being decisive. It's making sure that those individuals are comfortable and feel comfortable in getting the valuable education that they need so that they know that they are welcome with our incredible 2A community. And the majority of the antis are your very white, progressive, wealthy women. Those who are your leaderships. The ones who follow that are going to be the ones whose kids are no longer at home.
Without getting too far into that one, because I get paid by Bloomberg to stop you from talking about anything over there. So we're kind of talking about how to be a Second Amendment advocate. I want to throw this as you start to approach that, if you're down for continuing this, because this is kind of another whole topic. The antis, right, exist. And what you're about to talk about there, I think I interrupted you as you were kind of, focusing on kind of some aspects of them. But what I don't see anywhere on our site is any kind of an examination or tally, or what's the word, like, except for Mom at Arms, who does a little bit of focus on Shan Shan, and she'll, they'll do some specific research, but then they'll also they'll handpick all the good stuff that's like Shan Shan doing weird stuff or like whatever. And there's some people that, the kid from Florida gets on their nerves. So they'll gotcha.
That disgrace of a bureaucrat.
But you know what I'm saying? Like there's that, but aside from that, there's nothing that pays attention to how much are they spending? How much is the media giving them in value and time and attention compared with any other message, really? Like compare it with the amount of messaging against tobacco smoking, or the amount of messaging against like don't slip in the bathroom, or something, just any kind of research on the antis, or how much are like, I know that something that Brooke has mentioned is in her experience recently, going to live to testimonials and being there and watching them, is the choreographed, I don't know if that's the right word, but like the theater and the way that they're using certain words and stuff. And we've seen that a lot, but I know that there has been effort in the past, to attack tobacco or to attack drunk driving. Like there's been efforts in the past where people will scrutinize their opponents, and nobody really scrutinizes, like you were about to talk about, some aspects of it, but we don't have an organization that's goal is to, like, there's antis have one against the NRA. It tries to expose, and X-Ray makes these weird stuff about everything the NRA does, and that's literally all we've got, because nothing on our site examines the NRA short of the one in Colorado, 2A.org. I think, no, it's 2AO, whichever the two.
Yeah, 2AO. Yeah.
2AO is the one that, is it?
I believe it is, because they've got.
They do the podcast.
Yeah.
And that follow kind of what the NRA is doing without just constantly being snarky or bagging on them. But on the other hand, I didn't want to get too far out of there, other than to say, let you continue on what you're about to say about specifically Bloomberg's whole thing. I think you were about to talk about Bloomberg's whole thing.
Part of it is with Bloomberg, and part of it is it's not just Bloomberg, but it is all of the groups that are on the antis. Gathering up some of this information is not an easy thing. I know when I did the expose on several of the individuals that are tied with the Levi Strauss corporation, whether within the board, going into Panera, going into who owns what and everything else, that was a good 60 hours worth of research. It is not an easy thing to do when you have only maybe one or two people to do it. And this is for somebody who is very much interested in data analytics and who has the time and the wherewithal to start diving through. The documentation required is extensive. This is more than just screenshots. This is documenting as a citation, as if you are doing a scientific report, to see who is doing what, where the funding is coming from, and how the stuff is coming through. You have people who are complaining about the whole thing with some of these pandemics and epidemics and things like that, that the CDC has dropped the ball. Well, the CDC has dropped the ball because the CDC has been using public health as a way of denying and attacking the Second Amendment by using gun violence. And the reason why they use gun violence as the terminology is because they can look at the firearm fatalities, and then they can actually look at the hard numbers of how many people who are injured through crossfire, through friendly fire, or through violence that's caused by drug and gang. When I say drug and gang, I do not mean specific minorities. Drugs and gangs are aware of everything. It's across the board. It does not matter with your race, your creed, or your heritage is. There are gangs and there are drug users that are within the violence that do that on that. So it is something to be aware of. And anybody who says, oh, you're just attacking somebody who's black or who's brown, saying, no, I'm not, because this is not just a racial thing that's causing this, because it is also how that the crime is across the board. Crime happens within racial subsets. That is a known fact, even down to serial killers. That data has been there for over 40 years. It is verifiable through the UCR. It's verifiable through several other reports. So when you've got people who are talking about the different things and saying like, well, I'm looking at this report here where it says defensive gun uses don't exist. And I can never remember this guy's name, and it's not Hemingway, it's the other one. They walked back those studies because in those studies they had
Click.
Yeah, something like that.
Click.
But it's not John Lott, but John Lott called him out. And what this was is that they were using firearms. They were counting firearms in the home as firearms that were brought in by the criminals. And that's the language that they were using against victims of domestic violence, saying a gun in the home is dangerous for her. So that is one of the things to attack. There are multiple studies, including the CDC's 2017 study during the Obama administration? No, 2012 or 2013. There's a CDC study that states that defensive firearm use is estimated between 50,000 and 2.5 million times a year, where the firearm, reason why I'm saying a firearm, because it could be a rifle, a handgun, a shotgun, or any other type of firearm, we're using a defensive gun use. Know that. When someone says like, well, all you care about you don't care about the dead kids. Depending on who you're talking with, look at them and say like, that is a disgusting thing to say. Of course I care about the children, which is why I support Faster Save Lives, Walk the Talk America, Kids Safe Foundation, things like that. Throw it back that you are active in supporting the groups that are there to educate and prevent firearm accidents. What are they doing? Oh, they're just doing the stuff with moms? What is that? That's not actually doing something.
Well, they are. They're demanding, and if they accomplished their goal, they would demand that one dangerous item be removed from some people, or maybe one dangerous item be removed from everybody's possession, and then they've accomplished removing the one dangerous item. Now that dangerous item allows a smaller victim to defend themselves, but they don't, you know what I mean? Like they
don't like to address that. And
they're not acknowledging that part. And that's, well, I guess that's another thing, but we were talking about antis here, but
right. And that's one of the ways to address the antis. It's like, great. Then if you want to remove all the firearms, are you going to remove them from law enforcement, since law enforcement shoots more individuals who are innocent than your concealed pistol holders? That is a verifiable fact from the FBI, from the Universal Crime Report. They have that data. That is a hard data that you can look up.
Right. But then again, just looking at it from the anti side or from the devil's advocate side, so that's a data. But if the police were out pulling their guns, it wasn't just to wreak havoc. The police were pulling their guns because something was going on. So if somebody was a bystander to something going on, they were probably in the wrong place. At least some of them were in the wrong place at the wrong time. So some of those people were standing there adjacent to the people who were, you know what I mean? Like, so that's, I'm sure.
And here's how you address somebody who's a devil's advocate on that. Tell that to the innocent victims who are shot not knowing that they're in an area where law enforcement is responding. Like you had a situation where a group of NYPD fired over 100 rounds and shot 11 innocent people without hitting the criminal himself.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Like, if they're, in other words, if they're like, well, a bunch of people needed to get shot, and then a whole bunch of people were crowding around these people that needed to get shot, like, what the hell?
They
were
weren't
these
even
people?
crowding. That knowing the type of situations where shootings like that from law enforcement have happened is key, so that you can address that type of question. And here's a great way to be a Second Amendment advocate. And G-Webs, you brought it up very well. Know your counter argument. Know your counter argument. Know how to defend. Know how to be the anti. Know how to be the gun control supporter. Know their arguments inside and out. Know what they write. Know what their data is. Be able to defend their position. By being able to defend their position with a
I'd say
concrete way.
understand their position, because some of their positions are dumb, but you
Yes.
can understand them. Like, if
Yeah.
you were against violence and somebody said, here's a magic wand and you can just be against violence, and they're going to be like, hell yeah, wave that magic wand. Like, that's not, okay, they didn't know that magic wands don't exist, but you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to believe in magic wands, but you can understand that they didn't realize and all that. That's all I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Understand where they're coming from.
And have
At
that.
least I try to.
But if you're getting into the weeds of being a 2A defender, know what their arguments are. Know how to defend their position. If you defend their position, your own position as a 2A advocate, as a 2A community individual, is even stronger, because you will know how to answer anything that they're going to be bringing up. It will not be something quick. It will take time to learn everything. For me to be able to answer some of the questions and everything else when I was doing the booths with the Seattle Tacoma Pink Pistols, it took me 2.5 years of constant talking and legislation committee hearings and things like that to know how to respond to specific questions without having to look up the data. And when I was saying, like, I'm not sure about this, but I think you can find the information here, here, and here. And there were times I would have sheets printed up, like, oh, you can reference it here, yeah, and see, here's where you can see that the CDC states X, Y, and Z. Here's where you can see Wicker stating this type of information here based upon these specific parameters that you enter into Wickers to get the results to see what's going on. That will take time. This is not for somebody who's new at this.
Can I chop into here? Because that's what I'm trying to do with Minuteman, is chop that time down so we're standing on each other's shoulders. That should be a freaking handbook, that at any level, a cartoon book, a handbook, a comic book, a graphic novel, a bunch of videos, and then some in-depth nerds talking about it. But that should be accessible, every level of what we're talking about education-wise.
Yeah.
In other words, so you can get to where you're up to speed with whatever it is you're interested in advocating, right?
Mm-hmm. And one of the things that we talk about quite a bit when people say, like, oh, well, I'll just call 911. Don't just bring up Warren v. DC. Because when people hear DC, they hear the District of Columbia and they think that's just the district. That's the federal. No, DeShaney versus Winnebago. No, Castle Rock v. Gonzalez. No, Bowers v. DeVito, which was cited in McDonald v. Chicago. So the last actual 2A case before this most recent one was McDonald v. Chicago. And that took what happened in Heller and put it to the country. Because the DC is a district, it's a federal district. A lot of the states were stating that because that was Heller was specific into DC, it was not applicable under the 10th or the 14th Amendment to be to the states. McDonald v. Chicago and the subsequent is Mrs. L v. Chicago took that, 10th and 14th Amendment and put it to the states, because they were both out of local jurisdictions within the city of Chicago, within the state of Illinois. Vital
So it's
information.
interesting to say that Heller applied to DC, and then Miller applied Heller. The Miller decision was the subsequent Supreme Court case that came down pro Second Amendment.
McDonald.
Sorry.
Miller was a couple decades earlier. So
Yeah,
McDonald.
So
McDonald yes.
Heller said that's the individual, no more anything else. It's the individual that has a right to own the firearm and that possess it, and then with some stuff, and that's where everybody's like, oh, it's with some stuff. So then McDonald comes along, and the way that you summarized it, taking it out of DC and applying it to the states is awesome. How would you take the Ezel cases and summarize those? Because I'm trying desperately to do that same thing, and you did it way faster than I did.
Ezel, Chicago had a specific ruling stating that you, in order to be able to get a permit and get your FOID or get the card, so you had to have training. In Chicago, there are no locations close by within a reasonable distance that offer training within firearms.
So Ezel was like, you can't create a catch-22 where you
Correct.
ask. So Heller said individuals, not the state, has the right. The individual has the right to possess with some limits. And then McDonald says, okay, states, it's not just in DC, so get over that glitch. And then Ezel was, you can't create these 1022 situation or catch-22 situations.
You can't mandate training when there's no facility available.
Right. And then now we just had whatever versus
Bruin versus New York State Rifle and Pistol Association. Yes.
And then it says, dang, now I'm all screwed up. What is
That's okay. I'll let you think about it. And I'm going to address M. Gabriel's comment. So Catiano founded that it's not just new weapons covered by the Second Amendment in 2016. Catiano said that less than lethal that are in common use, and this is any weapon that's in common use, and the number that is specific within Catiano v. Massachusetts is 200,000. So when they talk about in common use, they're talking about a number that's 200,000. So they're talking about how, and this particular one was a woman who did not want to use lethal force against her ex-husband for self-defense because she did not want to traumatize their children. So that was a domestic violence case. Massachusetts says, no, you cannot have the taser, the stun gun. I can't remember which one it was. Said you cannot have it. It's not covered under the Second Amendment. Supreme Court said, no, it is. Go back, and they remanded it the same way that they're doing with the Bruin decisions right now through the magazine capacity and the assault weapons ban out of California and several of the other states. They've thrown that stuff back to the district courts. This one, particular one, was sent back to Massachusetts and said, no, you need to review it on this. Less than lethal are still weapons. Weapons are arms. Arms are protected under the Second Amendment. So it was total.
Okay, so that's what Bruin basically says now that I'm thinking about it, right? Is that the strict scrutiny, that it's not the greater good of everybody.
Correct.
Can restrict a right. A right is a right. You can only look at old-fashioned
history. And the third item is just as key. It's 200,000 within the United States. And this is the key part when it comes to the assault weapons ban and things like that. There was actually another case out of New York that's not the Bruin versus New York State Pistol and Rifle Association. And this was on nunchucks. And this was an individual who wanted to use a nunchuck, not a firearm, also for self-defense. This particular individual brought it always up through the district courts, and it was decided the number of common use on that particular one was 50,000 within the United States. So they've dropped that number even further since Catiano was decided on that. These are critical numbers and critical cases to know. You will have the antis using these and trying to say that, oh, Scalia was talking about, yes, you can limit. Well, read the entire decisions on this. Scalia has said, as long as you are limited within due process. That's where the limitations on the Second Amendment and on the rest of the human rights that are codified in the Bill of Rights for this. So once you have been convicted of a crime that is a felony that meets the specific issues on the removal of an individual's Second Amendment rights, that is under due process. It is supposed to be restored as soon as the sentence is done, but I believe it's the Gun Control Act in the 1960s that changed that out, and also and put it so that once you've been convicted of a felon, you have to petition to have your Second Amendment rights restored. Individuals will try to say Scalia said for the limitations. No, he said limitations within due process. Very specific. There are individuals who are on Twitter who will quote that very specific and will show that people are jumping from one paragraph that Scalia wrote in one of those decisions, and this is under Heller, and they jumped over the due process documentation that Scalia was talking about and jumped to the whole thing of the limitations of the Second Amendment of specific areas. And that's within schools as it's currently established as a gun-free zone to protect the children. He is citing current case law. If it comes through that, and this is the whole thing when Roe v. Wade and things like that, you have a specific case that makes it all the way up to the Supreme Court through the circuit courts, you could have the gun-free zones eliminated by stating that either the state is required to provide the security by mandating children to be there at any given time for education that the federal government's requiring to have happen, that the state and the federal government are required to protect our children. This is the reason why an individual who is in prison is to be protected at all costs, because they are a ward of the state while they are in prison. Meaning that if somebody kills that particular prison inmate and the state has not established the proper protections to keep that individual from being murdered, the state is responsible for that death. Those are the specific cases of where the state is obligated, because there is a special relationship between the individual and the state to be protected. Your politicians who are higher up, say your mayor, your city council, your county council, and some of your legislators, they're the ones who may have that special relationship with law enforcement to be entitled to protection by law enforcement at any given time. Exactly, Gabriel. The state assumes duty of care under that special relationship. Prison, foster care children. The state is assuming, and the state has the duty of care. So, why does this matter with the Second Amendment? When you have individuals who say, just call the police, we all know within our discussions that the police are not obligated. Oh, but on TV it says protect and serve. That's a marketing term. That was a marketing term established during I want to say within the 1960s and 70s by the same individual who established SWAT, Dwight something, who was with LAPD from the Rampart Division. If anybody is from the Los Angeles area, you know how horrific the Rampart Division has been historically. That is where you've had the majority of your abuses from the Los Angeles Police Department against the minority communities and the marginalized communities within within that community. So this is knowing the text history of how these laws, how these bills, how everything affects our Second Amendment. And I know I dropped a lot of shit tonight.
No, that's kind of neat. I'm trying to keep notes and stuff, so I kind of lost in some of that stuff. But the last part, because I was trying to write down the whatever the what am I trying to say, the Supreme Court stuff. But that's actually pretty interesting too. Well, obviously it's interesting, but it's interesting because I haven't seen anybody address it. Now, I'm not saying I've watched everything, or seen everything, so some of you may have. But there's certainly a bunch of things that happened between the police and the people of LA specifically that definitely bled to the rest of the country, as you can see through any measure you want. And another thing to focus on is, that's getting a sidetrack, but any measure you want: crime, medical, drugs, culture, pop culture, everything, like everything out there, fashion, like, come on. So the what their interaction, and then the saturation from that experience has been influential to a lot of things. And then the emulation and I don't even know the right words for it, but like, again, that permeates or saturates around. And I don't know if anybody's ever done like some kind of cool, I guess, Vice. I don't know if Vice is cool or not now, but some sort of like cool grassroots documentary about it. Somebody who can actually go to the individuals who would have something to actually offer, and then, talk to cops, talk to people in prison or something, talk to families affected, talk to doctors, but like actually have insight, not just catchphrases and stuff. But anyway, that would be, I haven't seen anything like that, because there's been so many times that stuff that happens specifically in LA between police and the people that they're dealing with, wherever it happens to be at this time frame. Yeah. And then you got Reagan and all that. So
when you have large population centers will influence cultural and political as well as societal changes.
do you think it's because they had Hollywood there, or
It's partially because of Hollywood. It's partially because of how the news media and things like that, where we don't have royalty in our country. So Hollywood has become the substitute of the royalty to, like, oh, look at the pretty people, look at the fancy stuff that they're wearing. And it inspires individuals who are, and this is the one thing that's very unique within our country on some of the stuff, is if you work hard, or if you do something, or even if you're lucky and you get out to Hollywood and you get found, like several actresses were found in the 1950s sitting at a soda shop and things like that, to be able to and they were found as an actress and became a famous actress. Grace Kelly is another example of that. Somebody who was an actress who became a princess. That all is followed because it gives inspiration. It's like, if I do this and I work hard, or I look at this and I do these actions, that may be me. And that's where culture and seeing the stuff on the media changes culture, and the culture changes politics and society. So there's a lot that goes on with this. Honestly, this would be a great thing for the Daily Wire to look into on that, as well as maybe Tim Pool's organization, because he's also trying to change culture and trying to get stuff out there in ways of information and other stories and things like that. Honestly, I think the Daily Wire is the only one who has the staff right now to be able to do that type of research, to be able to do that type of work in the filming, the editing, the communicating, getting all of the releases. Because one of the things on something like this, when you're interviewing people for a movie or a documentary or something like that, you've got to get releases from every single person, and you have to get them to cover not just the original format that you're doing this, but on any future formats. Otherwise, you're going to be restricted. A big example on this is the animated film from the mid 1980s called Heavy Metal. This was right at the time, right before VCRs and everything else came out. They didn't realize the movie did okay in the theater. It didn't do great, but it became a cult classic. And they couldn't release it out onto video onto the video cassettes, on things like that for home, because they did not have the music rights cleared in the original contracts. And I think that took probably about 15 years to get that done. So there's a lot that goes on within marketing, within media, that's behind the scenes. And so, yes, it would be great to have this done, but there's a lot of data that has to be done. And if you're citing somebody's very specific personal work or interviewing them on something like that, you better make sure that you've got a release, the model release or the information release or something like that, to be able to use that interview, to be able to use that film in a documentary or in a movie, or even as advertising for the documentary. This is the reason why when somebody is interviewed on the news for a specific live event, if they do not get that person's permission to use them further on, later on, for marketing and for advertising, they can't, the news station can be sued for, they can use it for news at that time. They cannot use it for marketing. There are specific contracts that must be filed and clearances that must be signed off on this stuff when it comes to marketing and for advertising and for anything.
Is that like because the person has to be at that point an actor and they should be compensated as like otherwise all actors?
Part of it, yes.
And then, so it's like they have to because they have to, like they can't just slide on it.
You can't just use it. It's partially, it's like you can't have that individual stating that, oh, I support this reporter for this and that, and they're going through this, and then they have that individual being clipped stating support for something else. So that has to be confirmed. Now, if you were in walking through the streets and everything else, or as part of a ticket stub and things like that, the purchasing and the use of that ticket stub for the concert, for the sporting event, etc., gives the event holder the permission to use your likeness in whatever kind of advertising and things like that. It's in the fine print. And this comes down to everything else. Everything is always in the fine print. Know what you're signing, know what you're giving away, know what you're receiving. State laws are different for artwork, for managing, for advertising, and for marketing. So it's not just federal, and this comes under IP, intellectual property law. It's not just under federal, it is also under state. And depending on where you are, it can even go under some of the international laws of what's going on. Where does this matter? If you are at an event where, like, say you decided to establish a booth at a food market and you have individuals who are causing problems, creating a scene and everything else, be polite, don't yell at them, let them be obnoxious unless they start destroying everything that you're going for. One of the things that's very key on doing an event like this, whether it's through a gun show, whether it's through a farmer's market, etc., if you have paid for the booth, you are a client and a customer of the event holder. They're responsible to make sure that individuals who are going through that particular event have free access to the information or to the product that you are providing. So this goes into knowing what the rules are, knowing what the laws are, knowing what the regulations are. Why is that important? Because you will have antis stand in front of you, stand in front of your booth with signatures for gun control bills. I've had it happen. I've had it happen.
In other words, if you're effective and then they do something like that, then you don't necessarily have to, you're not alone in your solution to that.
Correct.
Instead, you can bring the people that you're working with to help with that. And if they don't know it, you can say, hey, you're supposed to help me with this. And then
correct.
If
Hold
not,
them with the contract. Breach of
whatever.
contract. Yeah. This is where contract law and everything else going into tort, going into a lot of that stuff really matters. If the event is something similar, and I'll use the example of Pride. Pride events are picked and the permits are issued on a First Amendment basis, meaning that the permit is not because of sailing or for farmers markets or something like that. It is a First Amendment right that these people are picking the permit up to have an event in a specific area that for some individuals, yes, it is controversial even now. But here's the caveat. If that event uses the First Amendment to pull the permit for their event, they cannot legally refuse anybody a spot for a booth, especially when it is a political message. This is where knowing what your First Amendment is key in protecting your second, and vice versa. I have had permits pulled because an organization denied the chapter a booth permit.
Well, it sounds like then, just to bring it, kind of tether it back to the goal of the conversation, kind of the root or whatever would be, it sounds like then having some resource available in addition to the how to be active in the state, or, you know, how to be effective with your advocacy at the state there in the political arenas, would be how to deal with like that. So a set of resources that are like, maybe not FAQ, but like people's experiences, and you know, maybe something like a searchable database or whatever the words are to make it fancier than database, but you know, so that if someone is encountering like a forum, you know, like somebody's encountering something like that, I'm having an issue at a whatever, I don't want to repeat everything you
I'm
said,
having an issue getting a permit so that we would have a booth to be able to
so that
provide.
you're not alone, so that you don't have to necessarily study for that, but you know, you've got a place where you can get that. And that can either be, I think, you know, that's easy enough for either someone who's really interested in, you know, accomplishing that, or just add it to some organization and make it one of their sub pages and just offer it as one of their services or one of the things that they can provide.
It is, and it really, on some of the stuff, it depends on, for some of these things, people, some of these organizations have legal requirements of what they can and cannot provide. If somebody wants to look for someone else to do this, realize that the big organizations that we've named already may not be able to legally do this. You as an individual, me as an individual, can gather information up, see what we're able to find, footnote things, endnote things, show cross references, show the links. I'm finding this, this, and this. If you're showing this, is that this is what the information that I'm finding out. Please let me know that this information is correct, that this information is still valid. This is how I, in my work, in my opinion, I get things done. Know when to use facts, knows as hard facts, know when to use opinion.
You kind of mentioned that before with when we're addressing like dealing with the politicians or whatever, but I think one of the things, I didn't want to interrupt you before, but I'm interrupting now, I guess, is I noticed that from my experience watching these testimonials and stuff, is every once in a while they'll say, I like to add this to the record, or once in a while they'll hold up some stapled pieces of paper and go, according to this, blah, 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 in the record, this. So what you're doing in effect is, here's my 5-minute elevator speech, or my 5 minutes, my 28 words or less, like you said, and then here's this. Then, you know, here's my 28 words or less to give you my position. Here's what I got to back it up. If that gets through, if it absorbs, now they've got something to take with them.
Yes.
To hold up and say into the record, I'm going to hold it up and wave it around.
Yes.
Okay.
And this is the reason why knowing, and pretty much at this point, and as far as I'm aware, every single state has an individual 2A group that is working with the state legislature, working in the education, working on providing firearm safety education. To be honest, if there's not one in your state, establish one. Just getting started may get other people involved who can help out and help build on what's trying to be done. I know Colorado is heavily fighting right now against the gun control laws that they have. And
from doing maps and stuff, just some projects, there are a couple of places where there's like a lack of national level or state level, state level focused 2A stuff specifically, other than like maybe a rifle association, which is more like typically marksmanship and facilitating some kind of competitions or whatever, or maintaining range standards and upkeep and that kind of thing. But I think what you'd find is, like you say, if someone were to start something, what they'd find is backers would come flying, because often it's not the lack of interest, it's just the lack of someone who's able to jump up and start doing something. But once there is someone there, then everybody who was waiting for that can then say, okay, here's focus, time and resources and whatever's needed to make it successful. And then people start joining, because unless there's an organization, there's nothing to join. So
right,
that thing, the catalyst that starts it all. So you don't necessarily have to be like, oh, I can't manage all that. Well, you don't need to manage all that. Like, you just have to get it started, and then all the people show up, and then you're going to get people that go, hey, step aside, you suck at this, and then boom, you let it you let it go, right? Boom,
exactly. Know when to swallow your pride.
Assuming we're talking to that person, some people are like, oh no, I want to run it. Like, go run it then.
Run it, let it go. But realize that if you run it and it falls flat, you're taking the responsibility on it. And
I'm okay with that. I think we learn from people failing and doing stuff. I mean, that's how we, guns evolve and everything. So I'm okay with that. Like, definitely try it. If you suck, then you're not going to get much support. If you are awesome and you should have won, but you didn't, then the next person is going to learn from that. Not necessarily win, but learn from that. We're not guaranteed nothing. Liberty requires eternal vigilance. That means that there's going to be like times when we are just winning, and then everyone will sit back, and the people that won will not get every facet of that to the next generation, and then stuff will get forgotten, and then eventually the other side will go, why do we have these laws? And then we'll be fighting again. So
that's exactly what happened here in Washington State. Washington State used to be very pro 2A. State preemption, which the state laws preempt all the county, all the city, and any other kind of the local jurisdictions and pushing gun control, was started in Washington. We were the first state that had state preemption. Because people weren't paying attention or didn't realize some of the stuff that was going on, people age out, people die, people retire, etc. That's when we started getting these bills. First, it was the uniform background checks, 594. That got passed through a voters' initiative after we were able to prevent that from being pushed through the state legislature. Then was 1639. Anybody who's in Washington State understands what 1639 is. This is a conglomeration of technically what should be 30 bills or 30 initiatives, was done under one. There's a lot of issues, legal issues still going on with that particular case and the fighting of it, but each portion of the 30 units has to be fought individually. We had stopped every single one of those aspects of that voter initiative during that legislative session, thinking that that's the only thing we had to worry about. They were blindsided when 1639 hit the ballot. There were individuals who were signature gatherers who were lying to the people about the signatures to get the initiative on the ballot. Then you had the specific politicians paying for the time, paying for the programs, not as advertisements, and that's key, to gain access to run the position to vote for 1639. We have been playing catch up since. Only this past year in 2022 did any portion of the next remaining major gun control get passed, and that was the magazine capacity bill. And that had been fought for this was the 7th year that it had been submitted. They're willing to do this year in, year out, every single time. Yes, it gets tiring. It gets draining. Know when to tap out, know when to pass the baton on to the next group who can help. And that's partially what GWebs is doing here and getting me on, talking way too much with how to pass that information on. I would still be doing what I had been doing for the last near 10 years if it wasn't for a medical condition.
Well, one of my projects is to archive where we come from, right? So that we can, so I always say, like, so that everybody should be able to stand on each other's shoulders. If they're, if somebody's okay with you standing on their shoulders, and most people are, then, do more than we did, kind of thing. So first you got to know what happened, and you got to start somewhere. But once you've got that, then you can start strategy, right? Then you can start figuring out, well, hopefully once we start seeing as clear a picture as possible of where we stand, we'll see some gaps potentially too. But then we can also start coming up with better and better, more effective conversation. And I think that, well, I don't want to get into a tangent, but we have been talking for a while, and I appreciate you sticking around, because I know that for your situation, being up at night is the norm. So this is
yes,
you're awake. Some people I keep awake, so it's not so much that I'm keeping you awake, but I appreciate your time. I don't want to hog too much of it, because we will chat again.
It's not a problem. It's not, it's never a problem on these Mondays that we schedule for this, because I know that these conversations can go, because I can go on many, many, many tangents.
Well, I think this is hopefully useful, because I don't have to explain it to the people that are listening, because you're either listening live and you're enjoying it, or you're listening to this later and you understand. But the next time we chat, unless somebody's got something else, we'll just get right into advanced. So we'll kind of do the same thing, but this time we kind of tethered around someone wants to be an activist. Next time, let's tether around, you've been an activist for a while and you've taken the training wheels off. Because I'm going to ask you 4, I'm going to call them lightning rounds, but we can be as lightning as we want. It can be a slow thunder if it needs to be. I'm trying to, I'm trying to type and talk at the same time. Let me type. So I'm going to ask you 4 questions to wrap it up. And like I say, I'm going to call them lightning round, but they're 4 questions just so that we know that there is an end in sight.
Yes.
But I'm not also rushing you out of the door either. So the first question is, so take as long as you'd like, in other words. There'll be 4 of them, though. The first one is, should there be 2A music, or would that be a waste of time?
Yes.
Okay. And if you want to keep going, go ahead. Otherwise, I'll go to the next one. Can you know too much about 2A to where you're no longer effective communicator, or no longer able to, to get a point across?
If you are diving in too much of the weeds, realize that another individual may be able to point that out to you, that you're too much into the weeds, too much into the minutia, into the details of everything that's going on. This is where having a 2-minute talking point, 5-minute talking point for specific individuals, if you really get heavy into the weeds, set that up. You're talking to somebody who is a grandmother, who is Grandmothers Against Guns, or grandmother, because they do exist, and somebody who is a young teenager who thinks that that the government's supposed to protect them, because I've always been told that I will be protected by the police. Go through, and if you're on Twitter, see some of the arguments that are going on with gun control. If you're on TikTok, see what some of the arguments are for and against. If you're on the news, watch the news. Use that as a way to distill your message.
Like to understand the extract of theirs?
The extract of theirs, and the extract of how you need to reply to them. Or make a statement that they will have a more difficult time in responding, that doesn't look like they're the crazy one.
Yeah, see, we're going to have a conversation about that, because I think there's some strategy to say, I don't think there's any strategy to counter their argument, but I think there's some strategy to give them a question and then leave them to answer it themselves if they choose, because then they go find out the answer and they go, oh, wait a minute, that challenges my side here. And then the other would be like to cite stuff and give it to them, because some people are going to be like, I need the site, I need the resource or the link to this. Other people are going to be like, I won't believe this until I find it out myself.
Correct.
And that's where I'm kind of like, you got to know the person perhaps, or know this, be able to differentiate the same way. Oh, I'm going to lead this critter because it's running, or I'm not going to lead this critter because it's sitting there. Just, you know, it's two different ways we're going to shoot, or maybe not critter if you're not a hunter. Like, I'm going to shoot this target because it's moving, or I'm going to not lead this target because it's not moving. You know, we're going to know our opponent, know the difference.
This is, for what you're saying, this is definitely know who you're talking to, know who's listening around, know the platform in which you are engaging. If you need to, and you're working on something, for being able to do citations and being able to, if you have a lot of the stuff within the weeds, there are several free programs. Avoid Google if and avoid Google if at all possible, because your data will be edited. That has been proven. It is known. There are items that you can, apps and everything else that you can use. Several of them are free. Some of them are not. Some of them are private, where Google has no fingers at all into it. One of the things is Evernote. Evernote, if you are talking with somebody and things like that, you can have multiple notebooks set up with hard archivable, web archivable links going to specific data, going to PDFs, going to other data, going to other information, other websites that will answer the questions that you have. Use that in concert with the other social media platforms if you're using social media for your discussions. Also have it in the sense that you have the ability to answer somebody for this. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Here, this was related, this information on how many people were actually shot. Oh, all those school shootings aren't that, because the GVA is counting suicide by adults in the parking lot after hours, or gang violence that's happening on the street outside the school during school sessions that's not in the school itself. That's the type of information that you can have on Evernote. That's the type of information you can have within Dropbox. That's the type of information you can have saved within notes or notepads and things like that, where you can address having that information within the weeds. Yes, have your 2-minute, your 5-minute. You may have a lot of the stuff with a lot of your data where you're like heavy into the details. Sort that information in a way that you can access it quickly, rapidly, to be able to provide it to somebody. Oh yeah, here's the information. Oh, what's your email? And I'll send this link to you. That's one of the ways to address that.
Sorry, I got distracted. I do have a poll going just for the hell of it. Would you rather fight, what did I put? 50,000 robot ninjas, each with its own set of nunchucks, or one robot with 50,000 nunchucks? So I don't know if you think that's a robot with 50,000 arms or some endless supply of nunchucks that could wing at you, but either way.
Is this like the duck versus the horses, the giant duck versus? Yeah.
That's not one of the 4 questions, but I put that up. And people, the way it works on YouTube, we talk about this once in a while, but on YouTube, you go to it and then it asks you the question. It doesn't show you the results. You don't get the results until you answer. So unless you're doing some kind of jumping around or watching me share my screen or something, people just answer and then they figure out if they are whatever. So it was until recently, well, until just a moment ago, all the votes were for one robot with 50,000 nunchucks.
I'm going to agree with that, because that's a lot easier to disable than 50,000 robots with individual.
Yeah, exactly. But there would have to be one. I should have put one at a time. You don't get enough thing on here to give it enough scenario. Anyway, so just having a little fun there because we are a long chat. But again, this was real 2A for people that are looking for stuff that's real 2A. And again, thanks to our Patreons, 148 people make it possible for me to take the time to create this place so that we can have conversations like this and invite Sharyn on as often as we can. So the next question is, again, take as long or as little as you like, because we'll talk about this again in the future for sure. What are the, and I'm going to keep asking this to people, I think from now on is one of my closing questions. What are our gaps in the 2A community in 2022?
What are our gaps?
Yeah, like where are we missing right now in 2022?
Ego. Individual egos, as well as distractions on federal versus state level. This goes back to your other question of being caught into the weeds. Know what affects your state. Know what affects on the federal level. Know how recent decisions by the Supreme Court actually affect your life. Know that there are individuals who will use some of the other decisions as a way to attack the Second Amendment, even though Bruen was decided the way it was.
So gaps that we haven't mastered something about the ego, and that we have, like, when you say distractions, I've been using a lot lately, the can't stop at every barking dog, or you never get where you're going, or so, whatever that one is. Is that what you mean by distraction? Or
Part
do
of
you
it,
mean
yes. That's a good way of describing it. You can't look at absolutely everything and expect to be effective. You have to prioritize what you as an individual, as a person who is able to respond to. And for some things to build off of what the Cancer Mouse says, to build off of that, where people think everything stays the same, is how to have individuals become caring about their personal safety. Right now, have been, except for in very, very specific communities and very, very specific areas, extremely safe. Crime is still technically at a 30-year low. It spiked up during 2020 and 2021, but it did not spike up to what it was in the 70s. We are not at that point. Having people be able to care about their own personal safety is going to be key on how you get somebody to become more active. This goes into the individuals who believe that the police are there to save their lives, no matter what, have not had a family member wait and wait and wait for the police to show up, if they show up at all. So that's how to change that, getting people caring. How do you do that? That is interpersonal communication with your 2 to 5 minute quick elevator talk. My neighbors know that I am with firearms. They also know, because the last 3 years, every Halloween, I hand out information from Forefront Suicide Protection or Kids Safe Foundation, information on firearm safety. That goes to every single child in every single candy bag, no matter what. Last year, we had over 125 kids come through. I saw only one of the items that I had handed out crumpled up and thrown on the yard. This goes back to what Ogilvy, who is the grandfather of marketing, has, to paraphrase what he said. And this goes into marketing of a brick and mortar. For every 1,000 people who walk past your store, one person will look at the window. For every 1,000 people who look at the window, one person will enter the store. For every 1,000 people who enter the store, one person will ask a question. For every 1,000 people who ask a question, one person will make a purchase. Use that as a way to establish people to be able to care about their own personal safety, about education and firearm safety, and also in addressing the biggest portion of firearm fatalities, which is suicide prevention. Having that trifecta as part of your talk is how we can get people to care. There are a lot of people who know somebody, whether family or friends, who have committed or attempted suicide. That is a key aspect and way to approach firearm safety education.
Right on. Appreciate that. Throwing these at you. And like I said, I didn't want you to be abbreviated or whatever. So I'm attempting to keep some notes. They're going to be bullet points and that kind of thing. But the goal here is to have people listen, not necessarily, this isn't a lecture. This is a conversation. So then the last actual question, and I'm going to leave all the rest of the questions that I keep wanting to ask. I'll leave them for other future ones. We've already chatted about a couple of different books tonight, but can you recommend 2 more books on the way out that are for the Second Amendment activist, or just
do you remember which ones I've mentioned before, so I don't mention the same one?
Yeah. Yes, the 14th Amendment and its letter.
Yes.
That one you mentioned, and I think that's the only one, actually.
Okay. Another really good one, let me see if I can find these on there, is, let me see, this oops, let me type this up real quick. I suck at spelling today. All right. And this one is a book by the name of an individual of Charles E. Cobb, C-O-B-B, Jr. And this is, the title of the book is This Nonviolent Stuff Will Get You Killed, How Guns Made the Civil Rights Movement Possible. I'll drop it in the chat for UG Web, so this will be the Goodreads link on this. And this is talking about how the firearms were critical for people to be able to defend themselves against law enforcement who were just as bad as the KKK. And yes, these were Democrats. These were Southern Democrats. No, the flip or the switch or whatever did not happen. We can discuss that at another time. That is one of the first ones that I will say definitely is a key one to have information on the Second Amendment. It is a major one. Let me see if I can I got them under, I think I have it under politics. Anybody who's curious, my Goodreads account is public. I have a lot of
so when you've been mentioning Goodreads, one of the things I like to do on Monday is talk about behind the scenes. I thought that was like an Amazon or something. So is that
Amazon
what
does own it. Amazon ended up purchasing it, but it is a database of books that you have read, that you're currently reading, or that you want to read, and you can.
it's like a shared books list that you can
It's
share
a
with
shared books list and things like that. People will connect to individuals of how they want information on there, of what's the word I'm thinking of? Like listing. I have books that I want to read. I use that for the books that I want to read. If I am reading a book, depending on which book I'm reading, sometimes they'll cite notations where they have it for some of the source material and things like that. I'll use that as a way to determine what else I want to read. So yeah, that's nonviolent stuff will get you killed. That is a major one. And because it really does go into what is what has happened and why firearms are not really talked about when it comes to the civil rights movement, because you had individuals within the civil rights movement who did not want individuals to be armed at all whatsoever. Let's see if I can find one of the other ones that's really good. Let's see. Oops, not there. And I'm actually going through the ones that I've hand read so I can make a recommendation from them. Here we go. This is a good one. And this one is from one of the attorneys with the ACLU and Amnesty International. And this one is, let me get this over to you. It's called The Rule of Law, the Misrule of Men. And this goes into the distinction between how law is used to control men and violate rights. This is also one of the books that I've seen that actually goes into where, and she has another one up too that I've read that's really, really also really good. So I'll put this third one in also. And this is an excellent one to read also. And this one's called Thinking in an Emergency.
This is the same authors.
Same author, Elaine Scarry. So, and Elaine Scarry, she brings up some very good points. In Thinking in an Emergency, she actually talks about what it is for self-defense, what it is for somebody who takes it upon themselves to defend their life, their family, their property, and goes into declarations of war, nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons, and several other things. So both books are very small. They're not a lot of pages. Thinking in an Emergency is, let's see if it tells me how many pages this is.
Oh, when you say nuclear war, like literally like some practical...
Nuclear war, government using nuclear weapons is a way of attacking and things like that. And stuff like that. So Thinking in an Emergency is 176 pages. And the Rule of Law, Rule of Law, Misrule of Man, it's a small book, meaning it's dimensionally, it's not big. And that one's 191 pages. Both of these books are easy to read, should be easy to read, and have valuable information on what an individual can do to base their conversations with politicians and some of the other items when it comes in discussing human rights with those who wish to restrict the means to have self-determination via self-defense.
Is it, I don't know, just if you don't mind, is it because you're going to get strategies or tools to counter them, or to be able to speak their language?
Both.
Okay.
You will get tools on how to address some of their concerns and their fears and realize that, wait a minute, the laws that are being pushed are not the laws that should be pushed, that these laws have been used to violate the human rights and violate men's rights. And when I'm saying men's rights, I mean humanity's rights. That's under the first one. And then the second one is how an individual, how a family, how a community, how a city, the county, the state, and then a nation responds in an emergency, and how you think and how the entire processes are with the response of an emergency.
But like in a theoretical perfect world, not like in some kind of future.
They have real world examples.
But I mean, like, okay, so it's not like some sort of like fiction,
no, these are nonfiction. All the books that I have recommended are nonfiction. Okay. These are nonfiction books, and
workbooks, or to practically think about this, not fiction or whatever.
Correct. These are not books. Now, you get somebody like me, I read for pleasure. I read everything for pleasure, from politics to economics to string theory to physics, to memoirs of Russian generals recently. So there are a lot of things that I will read because I love reading, and which is why the diagnosis that I had was so devastating. And with that, knowing the books that can empower you, the same thing for the origin and the text and the meaning of the origin text, the origin, meaning, and the text of the 14th Amendment, same thing. Very, very, very powerful, because it shows how they Randy Barnett and the other author break down how the authors of the Civil Rights Act of 1864, 1868, as well as the individuals who wrote the 13th and then the 14th Amendment were thinking, because it's all documented within their letters, within their speeches, within the federal record of stuff like that. So there's a lot of things that go along with it. Books like these give you the critical thinking capability and expansion to counter on the fly arguments from the anti-human rights gun control groups.
Dig it. So appreciate it. I mean, I'm trying to stop myself from going on about that. So yeah, let's end it here, because I'm looking, it's 4 hours, and I know you didn't jump in right at the beginning, but I don't want to, even though, again, I appreciate you've got the time and interest to talk about it. I don't want to use that opportunity.
No, it's not a problem. If you want to go longer tonight because I was late, not a problem.
Oh, no, that's fine. So this is a good time to chop it, because then I could chop into 2 hours, perhaps. I don't know. I'm not sure, because I've been experimenting with just dropping the, data bits or something down, and it, you move the gigabittles around, and then you can get a 2-hour audio into the 100 megabytes that the podcast things like, by just reducing quality, and it still sounds fine to me. So I'm curious if people are listening to this and, 4 hours is too big a chunk because your player doesn't like it, or you'd rather have it in 4 1 hours. I don't care. It's just clicking buttons on my end. But I'm just thinking so that it's not too much. I mean, I'm sure there are people that would like to hear conversations about 2A all night long, and I'm down for doing it. All you got to do is head over. If I had probably, I'm just going to say 500 to 700, 1,000 Patreons throwing a cup of coffee at me, I'm up all night doing this. I mean, not just because of the cup of coffee, but that would be enough to cover the kind of bills it would take to do that, and I'd be down. So it's not necessary, but it's certainly on the table. If you've enjoyed this conversation, long format, I'm not going to be able to get people on to have long conversations each night, but I'm sure we can have people on to participate in segments and have some actual, I think I wouldn't be doing it just to do it. That would give us the opportunity to actually have some work get accomplished. And I think we did that tonight. We had a bit of a creative workshop type of approach to it and just kind of went. So I appreciate you, Sharyn. Thanks for coming on and offering this. I have made notes. I guess I'm not screen sharing here, but it says, I guess I don't know how to tell. Oh, select all. I still don't know how to make it tell me. I'm just using Word, so I don't know how to make it tell me how many words I'm using. But I did take quite a bit of notes. They'll be in the description of this video. And then my goal, and we've talked about this before, is to eventually have some sort of resource, and we'll just post it somewhere or give it to one of the organizations or have it spread around, just to give people some idea of the synopsis of what we were talking about, the summary of what we were kind of talking about today. I'd like to do something. Here's some basic directions. And then once you get a taste of it, you can figure it out. It's not rocket science, but to give people a basic roadmap, maybe some basic steps, and then some phone numbers or websites or whatever they need to get help.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
Right on. So again, thanks for showing up. And you do have an Instagram. I'll drop a link to that. People are invited and free to follow that. You have a Substack. Is that active?
It's sort of active. I need to make it active again. So I will look at getting that active so that people can subscribe to it. It's been, to be very honest, it's been close to a year since I've done anything on it. And one of the last things was just dealing with, and to be very honest, it was dealing with a cousin of mine suicide. And that's one of the reasons why I took a break last year a little bit. And let's see if I can find my stuff. Yeah, here we go. Let me see if I can find my Substack. And I also have a locals account. I have just not done anything on it as of yet. I need to. But a lot of this stuff did get stopped when I pulled out of doing a lot of the activism. So I'm making a decision on some of this of how much do I want to put into this, how much I need to be able to get items done on it. So I will be using, and I'm still on Twitter. I use Twitter quite a bit because I like being obnoxious sometimes. And I will go after people on Twitter. I am not a nice person on Twitter at all.
So I don't really use Twitter too much. It's just different than what I'm used to and what I'm looking for out of stuff. So, the back and forth is part of the Twitter experience for sure.
Yeah.
So when someone is following someone else on Twitter, and then the first person who's being followed, they do something like say something and reply to something that's funny or sarcastic or good or jab or whatever. Do the followers automatically see that, or does the person who's being followed have to take a screenshot and initiate everyone like, look what I said?
No, they'll see it. If Twitter's not playing with the algorithm, anybody who follows you will see anything that you state, as long as that account that you are replying to or quote tweeting or quoting or something like that is not private. If it's a private account.
So when we see people on Instagram posting somebody's Twitter, it's not like somebody was like, hey there, like, how about that? Like, touche. And then was like, ha ha ha, I said such a witty thing. I'm going to take a screenshot of my own thing and then send it around. That's not what's happening. Instead, somebody said, oh, look what somebody replied to somebody. I'm going to share that. And then this third party said, I observed it because that's how Twitter works. Yes. I got to show the people on Instagram this.
And there are times that I will post stuff on Instagram that I've said on Twitter, especially when it comes to 2A stuff and dealing with the antis and dealing with politicians. It is a way to boost the signal to expose the individuals who are pushing gun control. So and we can actually discuss this as part of the advanced.
We'll have whole discussions on
this is a whole, using social media for 2A work is starting to get into more of the advanced discussion that I know you want to go into.
Yeah, that we'll do next time. Yeah, for sure.
And that'll be definitely into the next time. And this is and there are some algorithms and some algorithm breaking methods to use to get messages out. And I have details from this last legislative session in how I use multiple cross platforms to drive the narrative of what was going on, to engage people, to have them participate during the legislative session. There are a lot of ways of dealing with this. There are a lot of ways to address it. But this is getting into more of the advance of how to do something and why items are done a specific way as compared to just using Facebook, and using what you use on Facebook is not going to work on Twitter or on Substack or things like that. And how you cross referencing links through multiple platforms, whether it's YouTube, Rumble, Odyssey, BitChute, Bastion, Twitter, Instagram, Mastodon, Truth Social, Parler still exists, and Gab, as well as Instagram and TikTok. Those are your major social media platforms. If somebody is wanting to truly get involved into 2A advocacy, knowing how to use what you can do best to get your message out is critical.
Yeah, and that's just a list. I mean, obviously, it's like saying a bunch of channels on cable. You don't have to use all of them by any means, but that means there's an array of flavors. You can find the one that you dig or that does the like. I like Instagram because I can use it on the phone. It's fast and whatever. People aren't wasting my time. There's not a lot of that back and forth. It's more like, oh, that's cool, and that's about it. Like,
Yeah.
there's not, or like, hey, how did you get that? Or there's not too much back and forth. It's mostly just looking at stuff and sharing interesting ideas, or getting things across. But anyway, so like I say, it depends on how people use it. If you're at work and you're back and forth between something, you may definitely dig the cadence or the way that some platform works. If you're at home only every 2 weeks because you're on the oil platform or something, then you may enjoy another platform that's much
Correct.
different pace or whatever, like a Substack. When you mentioned in the Substack, I just want to mention that one too. I've been digging it since you've mentioned it. I tried it. A couple other people have talked about it before, so that made me try it. And it's just a place to write stuff. And so if you're already doing stuff like the description of your YouTube video, for example, if you already wrote something, you can put it over there. It doesn't have to be like a work of art. But what it does is it creates an archive of the things you've done. And then you've got metrics over there. So unlike almost any of them, you actually get some interesting metrics that let you see what people are interested in. Like once you've created some stuff and you put, like, let's say you got 100 articles, at some point you're going to be interested in what articles are people interested in. I've got 100 of them. Well, it'll help tell you which are the ones and when and why. So that's kind of interesting. And just as platforms go, but it's also, I guess I was going to say that you can go back and look at, you don't have to think of like Instagram or YouTube. You think of like, what are you doing for me lately? Like what's tomorrow's video going to be? Well, if Substack is, look what we've done, look what's in the list. So you can go over there and maybe search or just kind of randomly browse through the articles. Okay, I've seen their table of contents, so to speak. So you may not look at every single thing or read every single thing, but now you know what they've talked about over the last couple of years because you've scrolled through their titles.
Yeah.
Well, now 6 months from now, somebody says something about what this, and that, and the other thing, and you're like, oh, you know what? I've seen that on Substack before. Let me go grab the research because I know this person over there probably spent some time doing research on this. So what we create on Substack, or what people have created on Substack, is a giant library / archive of like data that isn't dependent on what's the news today. And sometimes it's good for like historical perspective, or oh, this is what's happening today. Let me go look on Substack. Oh, snap, this happens every 18 months on regular.
There's a lot of stuff that goes on with it, and some of these platforms may require more targeted, specific conversations. But one of the things that you get and how to use this and everything else is learn what these different platforms are, because these platforms, whether it's Minds, whether it is Substack, whether it is what's what I'm thinking of, uh,
Local.
pardon?
The locals one again.
Yeah, the locals, things like that. Having that information and being able to get information out also means that you can engage with very, very specific people. And how you engage with those individuals is going to be dependent upon the the level of involvement that you want to be. One of the things that I will say, no matter what, when you're doing some of this stuff, is make sure that you are taking time for yourself, no matter what. Hard time. And I apologize. This was one of the reasons why I was late today. Is one of the things that I do on the weekend is I will not be as active on social media as well as much as I am during the week. Specifically, this is to protect the time that I have with my husband. And I will go offline, technically, is for what we call it, at least every 36 to 72 hours. People can still reach me, everything else, but I am not being active on as much as I will be on other times. That's to protect my own time. It's to protect my own sanity. And I suggest everybody do that. Don't let social media take over your life, no matter what.
Well, and you can't be, I mean, it's just practical, right? Like you can't exercise every day. You need to have your muscles rest, and you don't want to just have some kind of weird cycle, because then you can't ever compete because you've got some kind of weird cycle you're in, right? So you want to disrupt every once in a while just to be able to adapt. But yeah, so I think there's something there. But I think also in the big scheme of things, we suffer when we sit around observing a few accomplish, right? We're better off when we've created I'm going to start calling it hack. You know, when we've created a system, a mechanism that we can all collaborate on and be part of, the same way that the new technologies are happening that decentralize and stuff, that let there be all kinds of ways to participate in that. But we'd be better off once we come up with ways that we don't require individuals as part of the win, but instead the individual contributions. And there's all kinds of ways to accomplish that through effort and tech. But yeah, so I think that's an awesome thing. Like, you wouldn't, even something you enjoy, you want to stop every once in a while so you remember why you enjoy it, right? Like, oh, I like eating chocolate for dessert. Every once in a while, eat a horrible strawberry dessert so that you remember how awesome chocolate is, right?
Yeah. Or just or save it for,
or allow yourself to be in a circumstance where the chocolate might not be there. Like, I'll only go to this restaurant because they'll never run out of chocolate. Well, go to the other restaurant once in a while. Live on the edge. Maybe you have to have a strawberry dessert.
Yeah, it's a great way of dealing with it. So, and this is the thing, and don't ever let social media arguments, especially within the 2A, it can get bitter. If with the women and things like that, my original public account, I would get rape threats, I would get strangulation threats, things like that. Don't let it become personal. Don't let it affect your personal life. And that's even with the advocacy. Know when to pull back. Know when to, as you build up within the community and things like that, you will know who you can tag, as in a relay race, hand the baton off to for a while. Take the time, enjoy your life, and make sure that you have the ability to be there, because as long as you are healthy, that is key to being able to be the best advocate if that's what you want to do.
Okay, this time I'm definitely ending it so that we can end it. I'm going to throw a commercial at the end. So again, thanks to 148 something Patreons that make it possible for us to do what we do, for me to do what I do. And thanks to Sharyn. I don't know how you're able to do it. Thanks for you just to be self-motivated to do all this on top of a 9 to 5. I try to do what I do and then squeeze out selling some stuff on a store, but you do a real 9 to 5.
Yes, I do. I work a full 40-hour week. I am on call every so many weeks on an on-call rotation. I have my partner, Halloween will be our 1 year anniversary, but we've been together for 15 years. I do a lot of stuff outside of 2A, and whether it is reading, my other hobbies that I did even beforehand, keeping in touch with family, things like that. There are a lot of other things that I do, even with my work with the chapters from Pink Pistols and then also from Naga, Rainier Red Hills. That was all volunteer. That was all volunteer work. And I was honored to do it because to me, it was giving back to the community and being able to support those who were not able to have the time to be able to give it out, because time is our most valuable resource.
And it got it done. So that's what's awesome. And then I always like to let people know, because a lot of times you don't think about it, but everything gets done in 2022, basically, or at least adjacent to 2022 now, which means, we're talking about kids that can pay attention to everything else that's going on their phones or whatever. So y'all are doing this. And how did I say this before? The same way that we lived in a time where there was telephones connected to the wall, and then we eventually got to cordless phones. We thought that was so cool. And then we got phones in our cars. Are you kidding me? And then you could walk around with a phone, and then you could do stuff on your phone, like text people, and then you could do the internet on your phone. What? Now everything is on the phones. And I guess I end that with, and then the adults that vote in national elections, right? They've lived their entire lives with smartphones, and they now live an entire life where there's female role models who have done stuff like 2A and the DC Project, all the stuff that you've accomplished, and not just the female side, just as advocates. We've got advocates out there where before we had a couple of individuals that ran organizations.
Mm-hmm.
So now we've got, since 2015, an explosion, but in our modern times, we've had so many role models. So we have a future that's so bright, a future that's it's going to have such growth, because they're standing on the shoulders of a whole bunch of great people. So the fact that you said that you did all that as volunteer, you did it, but you also inspired. So I appreciate you having accomplished, but then, what you've left behind too, like the planting is, you've planted that garden, but then you've instructed so many people on how to plant. There's no way to measure that. So I always like to.
And that's one of the things and I've actually heard from people from other parts of the world and other parts of the country who have made comments that you don't know who I am, but you've given me the courage to speak out. And whatever it is on speaking out, the fact that they have the courage to speak out, and this is the whole thing, learning to speak out for the first time on something you believe on, if you are not an extrovert, is going to be one of the most scariest things you will ever do for the first time.
I'm gonna leave it on that. I'm now gonna actually follow through on my thing. I'm gonna play a commercial, and we'll end it. Commercial for our store, by the way. So if you want to buy something, feel free. GearWebsites.com is your source for firearms-based playing cards and books. We also have mugs, shirts, and posters with designs that we've made live. Of course, we have patches. Every Friday is Free Patch Friday. We appreciate your support. Thank you for shopping at GearWebsites.com.
Tonight's episode, photo finish.
Let us know what you think. We'll be watching the comments wherever you find the video, over on gunstreamer.com or on guntube.org.
Thank you for supporting our projects. If you'd like to buy us a cup of coffee, check out our Patreon channel.
The guys and gals of gunwebsites.com encourages you to take a CCW class every year, practice at least once a month, and carry every day. Thank you for watching gunwebsites.com.